Senator Day, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Picking up where we left off earlier, I'm not sure where I stand on the motion to overrule the chair. I'm still foggy in my own brain based on what has transpired over the last hour or so. But Senator DeBoer had asked a question, is this how Nebraskans want us to govern? And I think we can all answer that question in saying, absolutely not. Of course, it's not how Nebraskans want us to govern. Do they want a handful of people in the legislature controlling the decisions of an entire state based on fear, based on manipulation? No. I saw a friend of mine at the grocery store yesterday who is a Republican and has been involved in Republican politics for a long time. And he came up to me and he said, keep fighting, because these people do not speak for us. Keep doing what you're doing. And we had a conversation about how the Republican Party in Nebraska has been taken over by a small group of the most radical people in the state. And we have senators in this body who are listening to them based on fear, based on threats, and based on manipulation. Is that how Nebraskans want us to govern? No. You know what happens to our bills when they die in committee or they die on the floor? We pull ourselves up, we put on our big girl or big boy pants, and we start over again the next session. That's what happens. We don't create some, like Senator Kavanaugh said, some Frankenstein version of a couple of different bills and then try to attach it to something. Every time I've had a bill that people in this body don't agree with, do you know who I have to discuss it with in order to get it moving? The people that oppose the bill. I don't go to my colleagues that agree with me, that are on my side, and say, okay, how are we willing to compromise here? And then throw it at the faces of the opposition and say, well, look at what we did. Look at this incredible compromise we have. I said this exact same thing about the tax bill last year, because it was a great compromise. But the only people that were involved in the negotiations were the people that supported the bill in the first place. That's not compromise. Sometimes this place is so bizarre. And we all know that these are not issues that Nebraskans care about. This is not what they want us to be spending our time on. There has been poll after poll after poll telling us that they don't want further restrictions on abortion. There has been poll after poll after poll telling us what voters care most about. And it's definitely not transgender care, and it's not abortion. There was an article that came out, a poll that was done, that was reported on by NPR a little over a month ago. And it says, thank you, Mr. President, the economy continues to dominate as the most important issue facing the country, followed by preserving democracy, according to the latest NPR PBS NewsHour Marist poll. So they polled Democrats, Republicans, and independents and asked them, from this list, which of the following issues do you feel is the most important facing our country? Republicans, 48% of them said the economy. 5% of them said abortion. This is not what people want us to be working on. But here we are again, taking two terrible bills, wrapping it up into one, and saying, take it or leave it. Trying to shove it down people's throats. It's not what people want. Just because some of you refuse to listen.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Frederickson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, Nebraskans. I've been listening to this discussion. I am not going to support overruling the chair. Similar to what some of our colleagues have said on the mic earlier, I agree. I think this is the speaker's discretion to order the agenda in whatever way the speaker sees fit, and I want to support that. I'm glad I'm speaking after dinner. I think a little break and a little food always helps re-regulate in different ways, but I'm still having a bit of a difficult time, wrapping my mind around the earlier meeting and learning of the amendment that so many of us are speaking about. And I mean, I was actually a part of the listening sessions, as they've been called, for 574, and I found out about this amendment in this meeting. So that was the first I'd heard of it, and didn't see the amendment until it was publicly posted. So, and I guess for me, what I'm trying to, and I know it's a really strange year to be a freshman senator, because this has been a very unusual year. And I know that there has been, one thing that was said, or I've heard said, is how so much emotion has been injected into this debate. And I agree with that. And I think that a lot of that emotion has really driven where this has all gone. On both sides of the issue, on supporters and in opposition of that. And I still just can't figure out how, and maybe if I sat along with this long enough, I could, but I can't figure out how 574 has become the number one priority of this legislative body. And I'm still trying to process something else that I keep hearing, which is that it's all about the numbers. It's all about the numbers. It's all about the 33. Get the 33. Get the 33. And that's been really difficult for me to wrap my mind around as well, because I always thought that it's about the policy. Worry about the policy first. The numbers come later. So I'm still processing and wrapping my mind around what's going on today, what's happening. And I will just say it's felt like a really eye-opening day for me, for sure, in this legislature. I'm going to leave it at that for now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I feel really sad for the freshmen this year, because you've never had the chance to know, and you're probably never going to know if you do 4 or 8 or 12 or whatever years here, how productive we can be, how collegial it can be here, honestly, how fun it can be, how much relationships across our ideological lines can enrich your life. This body has thrown all of that away this year, as well as the health and safety of the people who've trusted us to care for them. This session will determine for generations of Nebraskans to come if Nebraska is a safe place to live. It's that simple. The votes we take in this legislative session will determine for generations to come whether Nebraska is a safe place for them to live. My son has already decided it's not a safe place for him to live, to Senator Kathleen Kauth's delight, because she doesn't want people like my son to live in Nebraska. She said this openly many, many times. And I see from your votes that you don't either. My child can't wait to leave. And the more time I spend here, the more I think I'll probably join him. I'm not a nihilist. I don't, I'm able to find meaning in life. And I think that there's meaning in the absurdity of the work that we're doing here. But I also have like a healthy sense of detachment, I think, about the stuff we do in here is so fake. It's so made up. It's so arbitrary based on a set of morals that you've made up that have nothing to do with people's lived experiences. These are laws passed by people who have no idea what folks go through, who have no idea what it's like to be in someone else's shoes. And they think that their way of living is the only way of living. So we've got to put it into law and legislate it. And it's a joke. It's no way to govern and it's no way to live. And normal people know that. That's why normal people don't run for office. And that's why increasingly normal people don't see Nebraska as a place where they can have a good future. I love living in Omaha, and I'm proud to be from Nebraska. It's a place with wide open spaces, with hard workers, with people who have a lot of humility, very little superficiality, which I love. It's people who respect and understand our natural resources, which I love. I'm a nature lover. But while I love where I live, I also understand people who don't. And I see a lot of people who don't like it here. And I feel like I have a responsibility to understand why the people who leave us, why the people who want to leave us, did not feel like Nebraska was a place they could be proud to call home. And if all of you are here in the legislature, you have a responsibility too, to hold our state to a higher standard and work to support the people who are trying to improve it. Work to support the people who are trying to bring the future into being so that this will be a safe place for Nebraskans for generations to come. All the work I do, from my full-time job to the activist work I do and the advocacy work I do in my own time to my work as a state senator, it's to try to keep Omaha and Nebraska a safe place for everybody who wants to live here. So this is what really worries me most.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. All of you here in the legislature should be thanking your lucky stars that there are people like Senator McKinney, Senator Day, Senator Kavanaugh, Senator Wishart, Senator Frederickson, Senator Vargas, Senator Dungan, people who are sticking around here working to undo the harm that you are causing. Because a normal person would get up and leave. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not necessarily sure where I'm at, where overruling the chair. It's just this session, going into this session, I thought it was going to be very interesting to see where things played out on a lot of different issues and topics. And thus far, this session has been short of, I don't even know what to say. It's kind of unexplainable just on many different topics and the priorities that we say we have as a state and as a body. I came here hoping that we could get some things done around economics, criminal justice reform, education, and those type of things, but it doesn't seem as though those type of things are a real priority necessarily, which is tough. And it's tough because you come here and you run for office trying to be as optimistic as possible that hopefully a word or two or a testimony you say could, do a lot of good and, change for the better for the state. And especially when you come from a minority background, you're hopeful that, you're not unrealistic thinking that you could come in here and change the world, but you're hoping that, you could do some things that move things forward. And that's what's been tough for me, especially last week and going into this and just thinking about it over the weekend, how not only are we not closing the Nebraska State Penitentiary, we're going to build another prison. Also, on top of that, any efforts to really move the ball forward as far as our criminal justice system has been slow walked for another year, going on 3. I'm not sure if we're actually going to get anything substantive passed, and that's the problem. I feel like I look at it as one side wants you to be comfortable with everything they want to do, but the little things, not even little, like when you want them to be comfortable with what you're pushing for, there's no budging. There's always a no. But they call it a negotiation or a compromise, and that's not a compromise. A compromise can't be you get all of everything you want and the other side gets nothing. That's not a compromise. That's not even close to a compromise. A compromise is going into something saying, I want this and you want that. Maybe you can't get all of that, and maybe I can't get all of this, but we're going to agree to agree. That is a compromise. A compromise isn't basically taking your foot and just stumping somebody out. That's what we shouldn't be doing. This is supposed to be a nonpartisan body, a unicameral. It's supposed to be the best institution in the country if we do things the right way. But it seems like this body, for better or worse, is turning to what we see in D.C. and in other states. Sometimes you lose, and sometimes you got to move on. But this is setting a bad example, the way this session has been going for the future. I don't have a lot of optimism that it will get better. I only view it as getting worse from this year going forward, especially if we do pass things that, one, make us less attractive than
1
we
minute.
already are as a state to individuals that want to stay or want to come. Nebraska is truly going to be for no one that probably honestly just doesn't want to be discriminated against. And that's what we're up against. And we're talking about retaining people and attracting people to this state. I think we have to reevaluate our priorities and get things back in order, because if this is our priorities and this is how we're going to operate, it's a lot of people that's going to leave. And I think we should really think about that as a state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. So a reminder, I made a point of order to not pass over LB 626, and the chair ruled, and this is a motion to overrule the chair. That's what you'll be voting on. I'm sure it's well within the right of the speaker to pass over a bill, and the chair probably ruled correctly. So I certainly am not going to vote to overrule the chair, but this body seems to like to get 25 together to make bad decisions, so go for it. Anyways, why? Why do I care? I don't care about 562. I don't like 562. It's a government mandate, yada, 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 all the things. I don't care if we debate it today, debate it tomorrow, or don't debate it at all. Makes no difference to me. I am just taking time. And a couple of weeks ago, I got really frustrated with myself because I was being collegial. I was working with people. I was letting things get attached, et cetera, et cetera. And, people just took for granted that everything was going to be okay. And everything is not going to be okay. I had not been using every tool available to me to take time, but I'm going to now. And everything is not going to be okay. It's not. It's going to get a lot worse from here. before we come close to be okay. Maybe we'll pass the budget by the 80th day. Maybe we won't. I don't know. I don't know. We've got 5 days to pass the budget until the day that we're supposed to. I'm excited to find out what happens on day 81 when we haven't passed the budget. Does something magically happen? This was like the conversation when we were doing redistricting. We had to do it within a certain period. Why? What would have happened if we hadn't? Nobody could answer that question. So maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't. I don't know. I don't care. All I know is it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. And it's gonna collectively hurt. It's going to be painful. It's going to be slow. I'm going to talk about getting a puppy and salad and what I'm planting this summer. I don't know what I'm planting. I'm actually waiting for my starter seeds from my brother. Haven't seen those yet. I'm going to complain about that probably. No, I won't, because it's actually really, really nice of him to do that. He's super awesome. I'm not going to complain about that. He's a solid guy who I can count on. So never mind, not going to complain about the seed starters. Also, he usually gives them to me Mother's Day weekend, so that hasn't happened yet either. Anyhow, who knows? Who knows? The world is my oyster. What other random Netflix TV shows can I talk about? Ones I haven't even seen. I saw there's a new Bridgerton. Has anybody else seen that? It's about the Queen. It's the backstory about the Queen. Well, how interesting. And they play up the racial side of things. She's the first Black queen in England. It's not historically accurate, but still, they do this whole backstory on her and her family.
1
and
minute.
how the Ton, which is like the royal court, comes to be. Maybe I'll talk about that. Lord only knows what will pop into my mind for this remaining 15 days. But I'll tell you what, I can guarantee I'm going to use every opportunity I have to take more time. More time. So we are where we are, and it's going to be a horrible, godforsaken ride. So glad you're all on it with me. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like a roll call vote.
Members, the question is to overrule the chair. The chair previously ruled that it is an inherent right of the speaker to change the agenda. The question is, shall the chair be overruled? And there's been a request for a call of the House. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
15 ayes, 8 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are present. There's been a request for a roll call vote. This will take a vote of 24 members to overrule the chair, and there are 4 excused members. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Armendariz, voting no. Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Boston, Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Brandt, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting no. Senator Breezy, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, voting no. Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting no. Senator Dorn, voting no. Senator Dover, voting no. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Holleran, voting no. Senator Hansen, voting no. Senator Hardin, voting no. Senator Holdcroft, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Ibach, voting no. Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Cowth, voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator McDonald, Senator McKinney, voting no. Senator Mosier, voting no. Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Raybold, voting no. Senator Reapy, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Slama, voting no. Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Walls, voting no. Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart, voting no. Vote is 0 ayes, 45 nays, Mr. President, to overrule the chair.
The chair is not overruled. Raise the call, Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, your Committee on Enrollment Review reports Legislative Bill 818 and 813 to select file, both having E&R amendments. Concerning the agenda, Mr. President, Legislative Bill 705, your Committee on,
Senator Kavanaugh, what's your point of order? Please, would you like to come up front, please?
I can state it and come up.
Please state it and then come on up.
Okay. I filed a motion to reconsider or to reorder the agenda, and I think it should be taken up before we take up the next bill.
Thank you. Senator Speaker Arch, would you come up as well? the chair rules that the motion to overrule the speaker's agenda is not a priority motion and will not be taken up. Senator Kavanaugh, what purpose do you rise for?
Motion to overrule the chair.
Senator, please open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if everyone wants to speak on this, they have to get in the queue. You can only speak on this once. And I believe I only get an open and a close. I don't get to speak in the regular course. So I will not be in the queue to speak on it. You cannot yield your time. You cannot ask questions, all those things. It's hard to know what even to talk about at this point. It's really hard to know. That wasn't a great experience just now up at the president's desk. Thank you to Senator Day for coming with me. I stated this previously. I stated on the microphone previously, so I guess I'll just state it again for the record. When I'm asked to go up to the president's desk, I will no longer go by myself. I want to have somebody there with me to hear the conversation. I've had really, really bad experiences in those conversations up there, and I don't want to be the only one bearing witness to those conversations. So yeah, I'm going to ask somebody to come with me. And if whoever else is up there wants to ask somebody to come with them, your prerogative. I don't care. I just don't want to be there by myself. I just honestly feel like this is a careening train that has already gone off the tracks and is going into a geyser. I just feel shook. I feel shook by this whole experience. I really did. I really, truly thought that Nebraska was better than this. I honestly thought that we were better than the terrible things that we're seeing happen in democracy across this country. I really did think we were better than this. And I genuinely am concerned about the heart of this state right now. People in this building, people in this body are just so callous and treat this all like a game. Winners and losers. I'm shaking. I'm so upset. I am shaking. And some rando keeps texting me their thoughts. Again, I don't know who's giving out my cell phone number to total strangers, but I keep getting text messages from random people. I'm like, hey, guess what? I've got an email. You can use that. I get enough phone calls that are harassing. I get enough emails that are harassing. I get enough of it. If you want to give me your critiques, please don't use my data plan for it. Just send an email. I'm sure I'll read it. They're all just delightfully Christian. Colleagues, clearly it was decided today that attacking vulnerable populations was the most important thing of this legislature. And you all got so used to my methods that you became complacent about it all. You all got so used to me just filibustering and spending time on the bill, and we go through the motions and we get to cloture, we do the 33 dance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that you just decided that you could do whatever the F you wanted. And you can. That's the horrible thing. You can. You can do whatever you want. You've got a supermajority because you got Mike McDonald on your side. So you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. It's like when you're finally out of the house and you can get that tattoo that you've wanted. So what are you going to do? Are you going to go out and get a full body tat? Because you can. You can get a full body. You can get a face tat. You can get a neck tat. You can get the other side face tat. You can get a forehead tat. You can get an ass tat. All of it. You can do all of it because nobody's stopping you anymore. So you should totally do that. That's what this is like. Yeah, you can do that. Sounds like a great idea. Making good choices. That's what this body is. We can do things, so we're going to. We don't have to make good choices. We can make really bad choices because there are enough of us to do it that we feel comfortable making really bad choices. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. If you don't take into account the last day, which, I mean, not really anything can happen on the last day. I guess final reading for a bill that you hope isn't going to be vetoed by the governor because it's the last day. We can't override it. So hopefully that. But other than that, we have 161 days hours after today. That is going from 9 a.m. to midnight. We have 161 hours. And you better believe I am going to maximize every minute of that. Every single minute of it. And if I get a dilatory motion in the process, I'm going to make every single minute of that. I'm going to make every single minute of every single hour of every single day remaining. So if we go till midnight tonight, then starting tomorrow morning, 161 hours. And I'm going to use them. And not in a good way. I am going to continue to be an obstructionist. And the thing is that people had to have known, because some people were told about this amendment, not myself and Senator Day, who sit on the committee. No, we weren't told. The two people who wrote a minority report on both 574 and 626, we weren't told. No, we got the joy of hearing it read across. When it was posted online, 1 million people texting me. That's how I found out. No one had the common courtesy to tell me. I guess you bought yourself an extra hour or two of me not being irate. I don't know what you bought, really. But you knew by the very fact that you didn't bother to tell me, you knew this was going to be bad. You knew it. You knew exactly what you were doing. You knew you were going to blow up the rest of this session. You knew the final days were in jeopardy. The moment you did this, that was done. The moment you all colluded together to put together this amendment with criminal penalties and all the great bells and whistles of horribleness onto another bill that's horrible to try and ramrod it through and make people vote for both of them, you knew I was going to go off the rails and take you all with me. No one in here thought anything other than this was going to happen. You might not have known what it was going to look like, but you knew it was going to happen. I so foolishly hoped today that like somebody would come up to me and say, I'm not voting for 574. Let's get this thing scheduled. Let's move on with the session. Let's get some work done. I honestly thought that was going to happen today. I genuinely thought it. I genuinely thought that after all the stuff in the news, that people were going to realize how bad this was and say, I just want to work on the state. Let's move on. But no, I think I'm about out of time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Day, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that people did know how bad 574 was. I think it was getting to the point where people knew that the bill was not going to be successful. I think people knew that the introducer of the bill was unwilling to compromise based on her comments to the press and the way she presented herself at what she called listening sessions, which were meant to be opportunities to find a compromise between the two groups. I think people did know. And what they did to try to drum up support for the transgender care bill was they attached a 12-week abortion ban to it. Because they knew by attaching it, they could pull a few voters, or excuse me, a few senators along onto the bill. That's what they're doing. And for anybody that's watching at home, I want people to know what's been going on the last several weeks in here. So there have been conversations that some senators viewed as attempts to compromise. Other senators viewed them as listening sessions. During that process, those of us that opposed the bill and were very vocally opposed to it were encouraged to try to keep the temperature down in the chamber during debate. We were asked to don't be too inflammatory, don't directly call people out, don't make it personal, when there were dozens of opportunities to do so. And we kept our mouths shut because we knew how important it was. We knew how fragile things were in here. We were asked to try to keep the temperature down. And we did. We allowed the people who were doing the negotiations to do their work in good faith. And then today, the proponents of the bill came in, threw a bunch of gasoline on the carpet, and threw a match in the chamber and lit the building on fire. So much for keeping the temperature down, right? They have taken a bill that has not had a hearing, this 12-week ban, that includes criminal penalties, does not include an exception for fetal anomaly, does not include an exception for suicidal ideation, and attached it into the gender-affirming care bill and thought that that was a compromise. And the thing is, again, as I said before, if you had talked to literally any of us who vocally opposed the bill and the abortion ban, you would know that's not anywhere near a compromise. You have taken the temperature in the chamber that we have very strategically kept low, and you have
1
turned
minute.
the heat up to max. And now you guys are like, why are they taking up all this time? What's going on? What are we doing? What do you think we're doing? We're trying to save people's lives once again. Because instead of doing your job, which is genuine compromise with people who oppose a piece of legislation and keeping the temperature low, you have lit the chamber on fire. You have brought back a bill that essentially has already died, has not had a committee hearing, and amended it into another bill that
That's
you
your
know we
time,
all oppose.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I don't know where I'm at on the motion to overrule the chair on the order of priority for motion to reorder the agenda. I guess it does seem like a motion to reorder the agenda should be taken up before the item it's trying to reorder gets taken up, but I don't know. That just seems logical, but I guess we don't need to constrain ourselves to logic sometimes. So I was thinking actually what Senator Michaela Cavanaugh was talking about. She's disappointed in the legislature. And I was thinking while she was saying that to myself that, we're not the worst thing that we've ever done. That's something I visited state penitentiary and visited with the Circle of Concerned Lifers. And I remember one of the gentlemen there said that that's how they want to be viewed. They don't want to be viewed as the worst thing they've ever done. They want to be viewed as a person with the opportunity to do the right thing. And I would think about that, we're all redeemable. We are not the worst thing we've ever done. We all have the opportunity to do the right thing every time. Whenever it's in front of us, you have the opportunity to make a different decision than the one you've made before. You have the opportunity to do something different. You have the opportunity to do the right thing. And, some people have changed their votes on things, and maybe that's one of the reasons we're in this current situation, because one of our colleagues took a brave and principled stand and voted against something they'd previously supported. And now we're in a position where we are trying to shoehorn a bill into another bill on final reading. And both bills are a mistake, honestly. I'm always going to disagree with 626. It's a poorly written bill, poorly constructed, but that's, nobody listened to me when I said all of the problems that were with it. People just see the top line number. The amendment that's been offered today on 574, I know you're not going to listen, but I'll tell you, it's poorly written, has a lot of issues. And when the time comes, we can talk some more about the actual conversations we had and what maybe would address the issues that were raised by those of us in the room in response to concerns that were raised by the others in the room. And that how the things that are suggested in this bill, this amendment, do not address those things. But right now, I guess we're talking about process. And I would say that, process serves a purpose. It's slow and deliberative, but it's also an opportunity to have a conversation, spot mistakes and errors that you didn't see were there because, we're all kind of have our blinders on when it's our thing and we look at it and we say, I wrote this, it's perfect. It does exactly what I wanted it to. But you have a conversation and somebody points out and says, well, did you think about this? You say, well, no, I didn't think about it. And that gives you an opportunity to make a correction and make a change, perhaps make it stronger or to address a weakness. And that's the reason we have hearings. That's the reason we have amendments. That's the reason we have committees that are comprised of multiple people with differing viewpoints so that we can get to the core of an issue and try to make them better, try to solve those problems. When you write a whole new scheme on final reading, it doesn't have the benefit of that process where it's
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, subject to criticism, subject to a minority statement that a lot of effort and thought went into to point out criticisms in the bill. It doesn't have the benefit of having all of those other changes or things that are in it subjected to criticism and correction. And so it's always going to be flawed if you write the first draft of something. First draft is always flawed. And so if the first draft is the last draft, that's going to be a mistake. So that's what we're staring at right now, as we have a whole new amendment dropped without really any notice to a large group in this body. Though it does sound like a lot of people got told about it ahead of time. I wasn't one of them, I guess. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise, not entirely sure how I'm going to vote on this motion to overrule the chair. I'm probably opposed to it. But I can take this time to talk about some things that I do know about this amendment. I was not a part of the conversation that happened where there were these, whether they're negotiations or listening sessions, whatever you want to call them. I was not a part of those conversations. But that being said, I can tell you what I do know about how we got to where we are today. I was sitting in this room when Senator Cowith made the comments on the microphone that she would withdraw that amendment with the promise moving forward to final reading that she would operate or negotiate in good faith. And those words, I think, have echoed loud and clear through the entire conversation surrounding 574 prior to where we got to today. And it was this idea that she would continue to operate in good faith to try to reach some compromise or try to reach some agreement, if there is even an agreement to reach on bills like this. And reasonable minds can disagree about whether or not there is common ground that can be reached on legislation like this. But from what I can tell in reading in this very short period of time, this amendment that's been offered or that's been dropped here today, the AM 1658, it does not feel to me as though an actual good faith effort has been made to compromise on this, nor does it seem that there's been any actual ongoing conversation about what this amendment would look like. I mean, again, I wasn't in the room, but as Senator Kavanaugh and others have said, we didn't see this amendment until today. This was not an amendment that was discussed with anybody who was in adamant opposition to 574. This amendment was not discussed with anybody who was in adamant opposition to 626. But there were conversations that I've had with professionals, mental health professionals, medical professionals, and others about what best practices would look like surrounding any and all legislation that might or might not pertain to 574. I've had personal one-on-one conversations in professional and personal settings with people who do this for a living, who do gender affirming care. And they told me a couple of things. And I hope colleagues are listening, because I'm not just saying this to waste time, right? I've always told my colleagues that if I get up on the mic to talk, it's because I actually have something I really think is important to say. And I think these are important points. First of all, the people who do this care have told me that kids are already experiencing additional risk because of the conversations we've been having, right? People I've talked to who have been interviewing children or providing therapy for trans youth have said that since we've been having these conversations, suicidal ideation and suicidal thoughts has already skyrocketed. That's real. We're not making that up. That's not hypothetical. That's not, oh, if we pass this legislation, it might maybe harm kids. We know for a fact from talking to the people who are in the rooms having these conversations that that's already happening. I also know that there are certain criteria that medical professionals and mental health professionals who provide gender affirming care currently follow. I also know that the people who provide that care talked to other colleagues of mine who are in favor of 574 about what that legislation would look like. There have been conversations with people about what processes and procedures need to be followed in order to properly follow gender affirming care best practices. And none of those are contained in this legislation. Colleagues, I want to make very, 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 very clear that the amendment we have on 574 does not codify best practices at all. It does not in any way, shape, or form. Thank you, Mr. President. It does not in any way, shape, or form require that best practices are followed or adhered to prior to receiving gender affirming care. What it does is it orders an individual who is not an expert in this field to make a set of rules that have to be followed in order to get gender affirming non-surgical care. It does not say at all that they have to be best practices. And in fact, the 4 things that it says you have to follow, it says that's just the floor. You can add additional requirements. You could say, I want every child who wants gender affirming care to go talk to a different therapist every day for a month and a half, and only then can they receive the care. Nothing's stopping that. So anybody who tells you that this codifies best practices is either lying to you or is incorrect. And my hope is it's the latter. So we need to continue to pore over this amendment. We just got it today, but colleagues, look at it and please understand, I don't think this does what some of you think it does. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. Earlier this year, I said, we're acting like we're in an arms race, and arms races never end well. And I feel like today we're in another episode of that arms race. Everything that's been done, I would say with the exception of the time that we changed the rules in a manner that is not according to our rules. But other than that, everything we have done this year has been according to our rules. This amendment today, arguably within our rules. There's some question about a hearing. It is a little weird to do it on final reading. People gave an example of 1107, but I don't think we put all that in to the shell bill and final reading. I think what probably happened is that there were folks who were starting to lean against 574, so they married it with another bill to ensure they had enough votes. And that's within the real rules. It's probably even strategic if you want those bills to pass. The hearing part, it may not be, but other than that, may also not be the same topic. In best practices, these kinds of big issues would get discussed as separate topics since they're very different things. But we keep raising the ante. And I ask myself, and I'll ask all of you, what is our way out? Because things are just going to continue to go like this, I guess, until what? What is the logical extension of all of this? I don't think it's done in 16 days. It doesn't seem like it's going to be done in 16 days. Seems like it'll carry over into next year. So where does it end? What at this point procedurally does right look like now? Because people will get their way. Somebody will. One side or the other will get their way. But does that make it right? I mean, is winning enough? Maybe, I don't know. I know that people's whole hearts are wrapped up in these issues. And I guess both sides feel like the majority and history are on their side. Can you imagine that for a moment, colleagues? Folks on the other side of these issues are just as certain that they have the moral imperative on their side, just as certain. Can we still do
1
that
minute.
anymore? Can we still look at our colleagues and try to understand where they're coming from? Or are we just
building up the walls higher and higher and higher? Can we still put ourselves in our neighbor's shoes? And if you're asking me, it's getting harder. And what does that mean for us? It's not just in here, although clearly it's in here. In our whole country, it's getting harder for us to see the people who disagree with us as people. But they are people. How do we end this arms race, colleagues? Thank you, Mr. President.
That's your time, Senator. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd probably be against the motion to overrule the chair, but it's just, why not be for it? You know, at the rate this session has been going, it's tough to be collegial or believe in the institution and believe that things are supposed to go right and we're going to do things by the book or by the rules and those type of things. But if this session has told us anything, it's that a lot of the institutional norms don't really matter, and they were thrown out the window a long time ago. So I don't know. It's just weird, especially because I don't think it's some things that we vote on in this body, I don't think we should ever touch. Because a lot of things shouldn't be legislated through the legislature or by individuals in our positions. I think some things should be left to Nebraskans to figure out on their own, and we shouldn't be trying to pass legislation to tell individuals what and what not to do with their bodies. It's not, I don't know, it's just something I don't feel comfortable doing, especially as a man. I shouldn't be in a position to say whether or not a woman should or shouldn't seek care for whatever she wants. That shouldn't be my position. I don't think we should be even thinking about it. I also don't think we should be building prisons. Morally, I just think prisons are wrong. I'm never going to be in support of building any prison because I know what prisons come from. I know what the roots are. I know the origins. And to me, prisons are just nothing but modern day plantations. And that's what they are. And it's a fact, because if it wasn't, our 13th Amendment wouldn't allow for slavery to be legal. The way we look at individuals in the criminal justice system tells me that a lot of people don't view those individuals as humans, no matter the mistake. And that's what makes this job tough, is that you walk in with optimism and trying to be as hopeful as possible that the things we're talking about or the things we're working on are going to be understood with logic. And you hope that the votes we take in here are done with thought, logic, reasoning. But a lot of times, we all know when we get to the floor where most of these votes are going to go. And that's a shame. It's like we have all these hours of debate, but we know going into the debate, no matter if it's 8 hours, 4 hours, or 2 hours, how most of these debates are going to end. So it's not necessarily debating. We're just here saying how we feel about something, but the debate honestly happens on a lot of bills in committee hearings and in committees, because when we get to the floor, although it's masked as debate and we're going back and forth and talking about the issues, I don't know if it's really debate. It's just us talking over each other. No one's really listening. We're in and out. No one cares about logic. Even if you could present the most evidence you want why something should or shouldn't be passed,
1 minute.
based on politics, that thing could either pass or not pass. And that's what's going on here. We're throwing logic out the window. We're throwing reasoning out the window. And we're just going with what people tell us to do in a lot of cases. And that's a shame, because I don't think people sent any of us down here to be told what to do just because, or fear this or fear that. We shouldn't be fearful of doing the right thing, especially if not doing the right thing is going to harm a huge population of our state and our society. And then we wonder why people don't want to be here. They don't want to stay here. Our kids are looking to leave at the first chance they get.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're to the point in this session where people aren't even getting in the queue to talk about, anything else. Are there any people here still who are freshmen who haven't spoken yet? I don't think so, but I look around the room and I literally don't know why some of you are here. You're not in the mix. You're not talking. You're not sharing your views or opinions about bills or about motions or about any items that come up on the board. You're annoyed, clearly. You're voting against calls of the House. You're voting, in uncollegial ways, but you're still sitting here waiting for what? I don't know. We're probably going to be here until midnight tonight if there isn't another motion to adjourn or something like that, because Senator Arch said that he wants to get through. Well, we passed over 562, which I disagree with that. I don't think that we should have done that. I think we should have taken it up. He said that we'll get through LB 705 before we leave, and that's on select files. That's 4 hours of debate. So it'll probably be at least around midnight until we get done here. So if any of you have stuff to do, either support a motion to adjourn or take off until midnight when you need to come back and vote or whatever. But I feel like in past years, it would be normal for people, for conservatives, I'll put it that way, to get in the queue and say something, show some leadership. Just because Speaker Arch hasn't been showing leadership this session doesn't mean that you can't. It doesn't mean that you can't stand up and share your view about something or say how you think things should go. Senator DeBoer was asking, what's the way out? What's the way out of this? I think after now almost 8 weeks, maybe more, of this filibuster, if there was a way out, we would have found it by now. And the way out now is just for the session to end. I'm not introducing a sine die motion or supporting one or anything, but I think that's the only way that we get out of here at this point. It's an unstoppable force and an immovable object, and we are just, scraping the ground toward day 90. And until we get to day 90, there's no way out. Unless Senator Hughes or Senator Brandt or Senator Reapy or Senator Linehan or any one of you whose kids have been begging you not to support these anti-LGBTQ laws can grow a pair and just say, enough is enough, let's move on with the session. If we kill LB 574, we're not filibustering anything else. Everything else is getting up or down 25 votes, basically, unless one of you wants to take it to 33. You get gubernatorial appointments. You get consent calendar. You get, 13, 14, 15, 16 days of normalcy. You get collegiality. And the more time passes, we just don't have an opportunity for that. And you don't want it. You don't want it. One of the questions I get most commonly when I talk to groups of kids, school groups, and they request me a lot. I'm not popular with y'all, but the kids like me. They say, what do you say to people who want to move out of Nebraska? Or what do you say to people who, don't think that they're going to be able to live here. And I always want to say something hopeful and optimistic, hang in there, it gets better, that type of message. And
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it is a really privileged thing to say because not everybody has the means to leave, right? A lot of people apply for colleges out of state so they can get somewhere where they feel safer. But if they don't have the opportunity to do that or can't afford it, can't move, whatever reason, they have to stay here and they have to live in the hell that you're putting them through. Taking rights away, taking access to health care away, taking dignity and respectability away from them. The violence that we see happening throughout this country against LGBTQ people spurred on by you. They have to live with that. And I'm to the point where I say, fight as long as you can, but you have to take care of yourself and your health first and foremost. And if you're not well here, get out.
That's your time, Senator.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Hunt. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. I rise in opposition to overruling the chair for the same reasons as previously before. I think that this is an important and arrested set of powers within the speaker. But for the underlying issue, and I've said this before, you know, I made my position pretty clear on the underlying bill, and I hope I believe we debated it and it ended where it ended. And I know it's now taking into a different form, which I don't support. I know that our rules govern and allow us to do certain things. I've tried to be as consistent as possible with if it's within our rules and we're able to do it, even though I may disagree with it on maybe not liking a policy or a law or somebody trying to enact a law, I still want to support the ability to be able to make that happen. Now, the concern I have with this has been on the impact it's going to have on our culture at large. And it's a responsibility of us all on how we move forward. And also how it would feel if the shoe is on the other foot. And that's the piece that I just really want to make sure that everybody leaves with, which is if we were put in this situation where you disagree with a bill, but it's coming up in a different form and being added to a different bill, how it would make you feel and what that also says about the priorities that we're elevating. You know, I hope it's still that we get to a significant number of other bills here on the floor. And I do trust, I had a couple of sort of off the mic conversations, people not necessarily saying that they would trust that the filibuster would actually stop. I have faith and believe the senators that have said that they would stop filibustering based on that one bill. One of the things I want to make sure that we do is we can actually get to doing more of the work that is necessary for this body and take them for their word, because that's what we have right now. I mean, that's honestly all we have right now. And as somebody that has been here for the last 6 going on 7 years, our word is all we have. And my hope is that we take that into account as we are, eventually getting to that bill, but also more importantly, being really mindful about the kind of debate we have on whether or not this is right to do just because we can do it. That kind of argument can be very, I'm trying to find the right words, but demoralizing for those that disagree with it. And that demoralization has an impact on Nebraskans, that some that might support this and some that are against it. And trying to ground it as much back into the policy. Although I believe we had that debate, we're about to have it again. So colleagues, I am worried about the precipice and where we're headed here, especially in the last 16 days. And I hope we're all taking our responsibility on how we're going to continue to work on the other pieces of legislation and also make sure that this bill, at the end of the day, isn't the only bill that defines us, and we actually take people at their word, what they say they're going to do. It's the best benefit that we have right now, because I believe that we can be better as a state. I believe we can be better. And I still want to believe that we're listening to the experts on these issues, and I don't believe we're doing enough of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a freshman senator, it's really awful being here. It really is. There's no easy way to mince words about that. John Meacham wrote a great book, The Soul of America, The Battle for Our Better Angels. And his book takes us back in history and the lessons that we've learned in trying to understand this moment in American politics by looking back in our history when hope overcame division and fear. When I came to this body, I was so hopeful and optimistic and full of great ideas and eagerness to roll up my sleeves and get busy and do a lot of the things that the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce suggested that we do: focus on workforce, focus on affordable housing, focus on childcare, to make us a more welcoming state. But I feel that we're doing everything we can to unravel the great things about our state by going down this deep, dark rabbit hole of divisiveness, pushing forward hateful and hurtful bills that don't serve our state well. You've heard from little kids who say, in fifth graders, they say they're scared about going to school because of all the gun violence. And they're frightened. You hear it from high school students who say the same, that they're frightened about going to school because they fear that gun violence might break out. You hear from their parents that talk about that same issue, that they're frightened for sending their children to school. We had one amazing mother speak at our last rally, and she was saying that every time they talk about gun violence and trauma going on in schools, she's traumatized yet again, thinking, have I made the right decision about sending my child to school? We don't even listen to families who have trans children and the hardships that they're going through to make sure that their child is okay and is welcomed and accepted and grows up to be the child that they were meant to be, and the adult, the wonderful person they're meant to be. We don't even listen to the medical professionals. We don't listen to science anymore. And that is what is so, it's heartbreaking to see that happen in a state that I think we all love. We don't listen to physicians when they tell us and advise us on what is best policies for families who so desperately want to have babies. They give us guidance on reproductive health, yet we feel it's important not to listen to them. And you know, I'm a businesswoman, and we don't even want to listen to our business leaders after they sign petitions telling us very clearly, don't deal with these divisive issues. You're driving potential companies away. The reality is we are. If you look on some of the statistics, we're down 3.7% in the number of new corporation filings in our state. Don't believe me, look up the data.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Look up the facts. When I was a county commissioner, I was a lone Democrat with 4 Republicans. But the point is, we work together. Some days we were really mad at each other, but we worked together and we came up with reasonable policies. Not every day, not all the time, but we did what we thought was best for our county. The same thing on the city council. We can't always agree, but we came together on a lot of things that made our city of Lincoln amazing. Here we are in the legislature, And we want to go down these divisive, hateful, hurtful policies instead of focusing on workforce, affordable housing. Let's deal with the budget. What is the off-ramp? The off-ramp is we focus on those issues and we table all these hurtful, hateful policies that are tearing this institution apart.
That's
There
your
is-
time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Raybold. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I have to adjust the mic quick for my tall roommate here who was on previously. But I support, I think I'm just trying to get my procedural pieces here in order, but I believe that we should overrule the chair because the motion to reorder the agenda, while yes, it is unequivocal that is not a priority motion, the practice of this legislature in past sessions and this very session has been to take it up immediately. We saw that when I tried to reorder the agenda early in the session to provide a pathway to move forward on non-controversial bills once the legislative filibuster sparked. It was not adopted by the body, but it was taken up immediately, and it was offered as an off-ramp in good faith to try and help us move through that point in the agenda. Additionally, when Senator Blood filed a similar motion, I think it was just in the last week or two, it was also taken up immediately. I think it was right around our dinner break in regards to a measure that she was trying to bring to the top of the agenda. So just this session and generally as a matter of practice, the practice is to take up the motion. So we should take up the motion if it's filed. And as I stated in the previous time on the mic, I was moving to support the chair's ruling in the last one because the appropriate way to deal with the issue was to reorder the agenda. And that is where we are. And that's why I'm supporting that effort because the practice is to take it up. We've done it this session. We've done it in the past. That's what we should be doing at this point in time. The last few moments that I have on the mic here this evening, I just want to reiterate what's at stake here and why this time bomb that is a new last-minute amendment to ban abortion in Nebraska and to deny access to essential health care for trans youth is before us it's really clear. The architects of these measures have been crystal clear. In the wake of losing the general public's opinion in regards to gay marriage, after the Obergefell decision, they had to find an issue to rally the base. They quote unquote threw things against the wall until they saw what would stick. And that was the attacks on trans youth. And that's why you've seen a rash of legislation introduced in Nebraska and across the country on this very topic in just the last year or two, maybe 3 years tops. It's a deliberate political strategy. And that's unequivocal. It's in print by the architects of said strategy. So let's leave that there. Of course, the abortion issue, which now is married to 574, is a longstanding point of debate and passionate debate in our country and is now ratcheted up to new heights in the wake of the Dobbs decision. But because opponents of abortion put forward a measure that was a bridge too far, even for many pro-life Nebraskans, including Senator Reapy at the time, they overreached and they were unsuccessful. So they've married this ban with the anti-trans ban because they can. And it's their right, as it is any senators, to use the rules as they see fit. It definitely raises a host of procedural and legal questions that were not there otherwise. But let me also be clear.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. The filibuster will increase in ferocity, and additional voices will join this chorus, and work will be even harder to get done. We've been able to figure out a way to manage the filibuster and allow important work to get done in good faith, recognizing the deeply held interests of each side. That's harder and harder to do when these measures and these procedures are brought forward. And each and every one of you who is supporting this effort risks, what hangs in the balance. Those are the issues on final reading, select file, and that you have prioritized. Critical issues for public health, for transportation, for broadband, for public water, for dyslexia, for racial justice, for behavioral health, for transportation, your budget bills, your opportunity scholarships, your judicial organization, your housing, your workers' comp, your banking, your insurance, your motor vehicles.
That's your
All
time,
these
Senator.
are at risk because
Thank
of your
you, Senator
actions.
Conrad.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I kind of thought that this was like odd. I've asked this question several times too throughout the session about reordering the agenda, and it's not a priority motion. So if you want it taken up right away and it's not scheduled right away, you have to make a point of order. Then the chair rules. The chair ruled it's not a priority motion. But overruling the chair in this particular instance would be then saying, we know it's not a priority motion, but we want to take it up anyways. I'm not arguing for people to do that. I don't expect anybody to do that, whatever. But the reality is that I am trying to go back to the original agenda, because why should we pass over a bill on the original agenda? I don't know. Does somebody have Pilates that they've got to get to? I don't know. I've been told how important this bill is. I've had people talk to me about, it's like the only bill people have ever talked to me about this year is 562. The only bill that the lobbyists have talked to me about. Obviously, the advocacy lobbyists have talked to me about a lot of bills because there's a lot of terrible things happening. But the lobbyists, the paid lobbyists, corporate lobbyists, have only talked to me about this bill. And even then, barely. But mostly because they need me to do something for that bill. So I find it very bizarre that we would just pass over it. Like, with no warning. Hey, friends, it's like 5 p.m. We're going to just pass over the bill that we were just about to do. Like, that makes no sense. So let's go back to it. So that's what we're doing here. We're making a motion to go back to the original order of the agenda. So that's what overruling. In this particular instance, if you were to vote to overrule the chair, we would then go to the motion to reorder the agenda. And the motion itself is to reorder the agenda so that 705 is ordered after 562, which would essentially automatically put us back to the original agenda. So that's all I'm trying to do. Go back to the original agenda. And for all you ethanol loving people out there, I don't know why you wouldn't want to go back to the original agenda. So if you vote to overrule the chair, then we get to vote on my motion to reorder the agenda, and then we get to go back to the original agenda. I'm not trying to slip something in here. I'm just trying to go back to where we were to start. Before we broke for dinner, right before we ended on 282, I was just trying to get back to there. 282 is wrapping up and we're just rolling right in. We're rolling right into the next 562. Oh, wait, no, we're not. So now I'm trying to get us back to there. That's where I'm trying to go back to. 282 is over. Let's go into 562. That's what's on the agenda. Let's go back to the agenda. Of course, the speaker has the flexibility to pass things over. Of course, the speaker has the flexibility to not schedule my motion. And of course, it's well within the purview of the chair to say that it is not a priority motion. But it is also within the purview of me as a senator to make a motion to overrule the chair, because I am trying to get to a specific outcome. And this body has done a motion to overrule the chair several times this year that have been successful for similar reasons, that the chair ruled in a specific way that you did not like, and 25 or more people came together and said, nope, we're going to do it this way anyways. So that's all I'm trying to do, colleagues, is just go back to 562 as originally ordered in the agenda. So that's what we're debating right now, is whether or not we as a body want to go back and take up the motion to reorder the agenda back to the original order of the agenda. If you vote for overruling the chair, then you still have to vote for or against the motion to reorder the agenda. So we're in process here. This is part of the process. And if you vote to overrule the chair, you have not automatically voted to reorder the agenda. You have just voted that we should take up the motion to reorder the agenda. So there you have it. Mr. President, I would like a call of the House and just to call the House.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
13 ayes, 5 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators DeBoer, Clements, Ibaugh, Hughes, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. Senator DeBoer, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. Members, the question is to overrule the chair. The chair previously ruled that a motion to overrule the speaker's agenda is not a priority motion. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Armendariz, voting no. Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Boston, voting no. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Brandt, Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting no, Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Not voting, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Not voting, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote is 5 ayes, 38 nays on the motion to overrule the chair, Mr. President.
Motion fails. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, amendment to be printed from Senator McKinney to LB 814. Additionally, priority motion, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to adjourn the body until May 9th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Speaker Arch, you're recognized to address that matter.
I would ask you not that you vote no on the motion to adjourn. We have a lot of work to do between here and day 90, and it will take a lot of hours to do it. So we need to stay tonight, finish LB 705 on select. Please vote no.
Senators, you've heard the motion. Request for a roll call vote on the motion to adjourn.
Senator Aguilar. Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting no, Senator Boston. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Day. Not voting, Senator DeBoer. Not voting, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Not voting, Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Not voting, Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Voting no, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting no, Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote is 0 ayes, 41 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to adjourn.
Motion fails. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, next item on the agenda,
Raise the call. Raise the call.
Legislative Bill 705. There are ENR amendments, Mr. President. Senator Conrad moved to bracket the bill until June 2nd, 2023.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, colleagues. As is always been a part of our work together after the toughest of debates and the toughest of votes, we have to keep working together. And I've always found that to be an unexpected and constructive feature of the unicameral, that you never know where you're going to find, well, it used to be 25 votes. Now everything's becoming more like 33 as we move closer and closer to the vote thresholds required to enact legislation. Used to be a simple majority at 25, but now in many instances, unfortunately, we have to count to cloture, much like they do on the federal level and in the US Senate. But I always thought one of the most important distinguishing and constructive features of the unicameral was no matter how tough the debate, no matter how tough the vote, you had to stay in relationship because you never knew where you were going to find 25 or you're going to find, I guess now 33 on the next issue before us, or perhaps on the issues that we need to work on together next week, or the issues not yet presented on the horizon. So the feature that kept our work going and kept us in relationship is perhaps more welcome in the present moment than I've ever experienced or anticipated before. So we've worked through, I think, some very unexpected, disappointing, yet unsurprising developments in our legislative day together. And that, of course, no surprise to anybody, has changed the tenor and the tone of our debate, has amped up the ferocity of the filibuster, yet requires that we debate the important measures that are contained in LB 705, which is the education package for this session. So you may remember there are a host of component parts that the Education Committee looked at together and put forward on general file. I understand that there will be a chair's amendment to clean up some of the work that was done on general file and to address other members' concerns that I anticipate will spend a great deal of time debating today. And I know that other senators are working very hard to file their measures that were pending before the Education Committee as they're looking for opportunities to bring those issues forward and find vehicles to bring those measures over the finish line with compressed bills before the legislature and compressed time left in our session. So I anticipate that we will have a host of very thoughtful debate about these measures, and I'll look forward to it today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Erdman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So earlier in the debate this evening, we've had overrule the chair several times. I was going to rise to a point of order that we're doing this exactly wrong. I'm going to read Rule 1, Section 12. I'll read it real slow so you'll be able to understand it. Okay? The president may speak to a point of order in preference to members and shall decide the question or order subject to the challenge to the legislature by the member. Once the challenge, no member may speak more than once. More than once. Unless leave by the legislature. Doesn't say about opening, doesn't say about a close. Speak once. So turn over to Rule 2, Section 10. This is the rule that some think applies. Let me read it to you. The introducer of the matter pending may speak for 10 minutes when he or she first presents the matter to the legislature. Each member shall then be allowed to speak up to 3 times for not more than 5 minutes on each occasion. That rule does not apply to overruling the chair. Does not apply. If it did, you would get 3 times to speak, you could yield time, you could ask questions, you could do all those things that are described in Rule 2, Section 10. It is a stretch, even if you're a lawyer, it's a stretch to say that Rule 2, Section 10 applies to overruling the chair. No way on God's green earth do those 2 things fit together. I don't have to tell you this. You guys know I'm not a lawyer, but I can read some. And I do have some common sense. And when I see those 7 little words that say, no member shall speak more than once, I don't need a law degree to understand what that means. Once. But we talk about precedents here, all right? So a question I have to ask is, what was the precedence before that became the precedence? And how does one thing become a precedence over another? You change it. So just because we've been doing it wrong since 1937, or whenever Chuck Norris invented the unicameral, doesn't mean that we should continue to do it wrong. The rules are written to be followed. So I think next year when we do the rule amendments, we need to have a rule in the front that says, obey the rules. How about that one? Follow the rules. That'd be a great rule to start with. It's kind of like when you're in business. You got 2 rules of business, and here's how they work. The customer's always right. That's rule number 1. Rule number 2, if the customer's not right, revert back to rule number 1. So maybe that's what we need to do in the rules book. Follow the rules. We've chosen not to do that tonight on a couple occasions. And the reason that I didn't challenge the ruling was because we would have went past 8 o'clock when we started and we wouldn't have been able to get this bill completed by midnight. So I didn't challenge them. But I'm here to tell you right now, that's not going to be happening anymore. The rules are meant to be followed, and we're going to follow the rules. Precedent. That's what we hear all the time. That's precedent. It's what we've always done. We don't clear the queue when we do call the house. That's precedent. Since when? So when we do the rules, we're not going to amend a few rules. We're going to start at the front, and we're going to rewrite this sucker from beginning to end. And we're going to write it in language that anybody can read it and understand it. It's going to be very clear, very succinct what we intend to mean and what we mean. Long overdue writing the rules again. And we are going to do that, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Merman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of LB 705. LB 705 includes the Education Committee's work on the lottery funds, a comprehensive attempt to attract and retain teachers, several proposals on school safety and classroom management, improved access to extracurricular activities, and a few other miscellaneous items regarding our colleges. I think it's no surprise that when we have large bills like this, There are going to be some mistakes made in drafting or otherwise. We're going to continue to improve this bill with the next vote we take, which is a cleanup amendment for several different sections and adds an E clause. As I stated during my open on LB 705 during general file, the committee worked to find broad consensus on many issues across our educational system. I have several bills in the Education Committee that I wanted to get to the floor this year, but that time and circumstance did not allow for that. I'm sure many of my colleagues on the Education Committee feel the same way, but that did not deter us from getting things that we must do on the floor. Things like retooling our FAFSA language so students could continue to receive these benefits in accordance with federal statute, or adding a new branch of the U.S. military to our list of veterans able to receive education benefits. These are things that we need to get done. So we're going to continue to have discussion on this bill. There are small pieces where there is uncomfortableness, and we're going to work on these issues also. Until then, I look forward to supporting this bill in its current form, and we'll have more to say on amendments yet to come. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time back.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, well, this is going to be our latest night yet. I think this goes to 11:50 or so before we get to cloture, which raises several questions, but I'll reserve those for later in the evening. We got time. We got almost 4 hours of time. All right, so LB 705, motion to bracket. I mean, I probably would support this motion to bracket because why not? Let's take it up in June. We're still in session. That'll be June 2nd will be day 89. It is select file, but I don't think we can get it passed on final. So, I mean, see now what in other days, pre the rule changes, realizing, oh my gosh, this is June 2nd, that's too late to get it over the finish line. And if we bracket until June 2nd, oh no, we can't do that. We need it to be more like May 30th and still be able to pass it. Well, that's fine. Just withdraw the bracket motion and put up a new one that says May 30th. Oh, wait, in the middle of session, we made a rules change, so we can't do that. Right? Remember that? I think it was day 50 or so. Yeah, so we can't. So I guess we're stuck with voting on June 2nd. Hopefully it doesn't have the votes. That's gonna be a problem. So we are on LB 705, and it has been a long day. Did everybody enjoy their 2 days off? It went fast. I don't know about you, but for me, it went like super fast, super fast. And now it's like, I'm here with you all. I was trying to figure out what the order of amendments are on here, because there's a lot filed on this bill. A lot. Whew, a lot. But I think we're taking up, the first thing we're taking up is Senator Merman's amendment, though he has 2 amendments filed. We've got Senator Vargas has a couple amendments, Senator Erdman has an amendment, Senator Blood has an amendment, Senator Merman has 2 amendments. Unclear to me, but it's probably clear to somebody. I'm sure it's clear to the clerks, the order of this. And then they've got the journal, but some of these aren't in the journal. They're only in the journal if they were filed maybe earlier. I'm not even sure. Let's see here. Vargas AM was filed on May 8th. It's today, May 8th. So that's got a journal entry. And let's see. I don't see. Yeah, interesting. So I see the Vargas. Oh, maybe the other things haven't been read across yet. That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. So Senator Vargas's amendment is the one that was read across. The others have not been read across. So we are, yeah.
1 minute.
Thanks. And I think one of the Senator Merman amendments is a cleanup. So there we got that. That's cool. Love a good cleanup. Wonder what we're cleaning up. I don't know. I feel like this bill has a lot in it. Let's look at the committee statement. 705, change provisions for the distribution of lottery funds used for education, transfer powers, duties, create new acts and funds, and change education provisions. Came out unanimous. It's got some opponents. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I think this was a bill that we debated last week that had well, I don't remember. So testifiers on LB 153. Great.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr.
And you're
President.
next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it's a 10-page committee statement. So I'm just trying to figure out what all's in here. I'm also trying to realize this morning I was freezing in the chamber. Like I was ice cold. My hands hurt. It was so cold in here. And now I'm really, really warm. And I do see a fan blowing. So that does make me think that maybe it's not just me. I'm constantly like, am I just hot? Is everybody hot? So yeah. Maybe it's not just me because there's a fan blowing. The regulation of the temperature in this building is a little difficult. There was one late night last year. Gosh, I wonder what month it was. I think the furnace was like on overkill or something. So somebody opened a window, and I think it was probably a window up there. I'm not talking about the night that the bird got in. There was a late night where there was a bird flying around in here, but that was a couple of years ago. This was last year. There was a late night and the window was open because it was so hot in here that everybody was sweating. So then they opened a window, but it was like snowing or something outside. So it was really cold outside. So then it was so cold in here that people literally had their coats on and blankets. So the regulation of the temperature has certainly improved this year, I think, with the HVAC moving along, or maybe not. Maybe it's mind over matter, and I just think that it's improved. Who knows? But it was cold this morning. It is warm now, and I am grateful to whoever turned that fan on because it periodically does. I do get a small whiff of cool air in this direction. So, yeah. Anywho, I was reading the committee statement. Testifiers on LB 520. Proponents, Senator Walls, Mike Kathleen, Stephanie Howell, Lashana Dorsey, Jason Buckingham, Jack Moles, Kyle McGowan. No opponents. That's great. LB 603, as amended by AM 1392, would incentivize the recruitment of public school teachers by allowing persons who possess a bachelor's degree and have been certified to teach through alternative organizations to become certified to teach in Nebraska after participating in a school district clinical experience for 1 semester in such individuals' first semester of employment. Great. LB 603, proponents, Senator Linehan, Melanie Olmstead, Andy Schmidt, Jeremy Eichler, Nicole Fox. Opponents, Sarah Skretta from the Nebraska Association of Colleges for Teacher Education, Tim Royers from NSEA, Jim Walter, self, Dolores D. Tonic, self. LB 632 as amended by AM 1208. LB 632 would prohibit a school from suspending a student in pre-K through second grade. Exceptions are granted if such student brings a deadly weapon on school grounds or to a school-sponsored activity or athletic event, or in a vehicle being used for a school purpose or by a school employee. Motion to include LB 632 as amended by AM 1208 as part of AM 1468. Vote results 7-1. So, all right. LB 632. Proponents.
1 minute.
Thank you. Senator McKinney. Elizabeth Ion Kokorda, Education Rights Council, Connie Edmond, Commission on African American Affairs, Anaya Salzar, Voices for Children, Rose Godinez, sorry, very tired, American Civil Liberties Union of Nebraska, opponents none, neutral, Lisa Schoenberger, self. LB 467 changes provisions relating to the purchase and loan of textbooks for children enrolled in kindergarten to grade 12 for a private school. Motion to include LB 647 as part of AM 1468. Vote results 8-0. Senators Albright, Breezy. Oh, everybody voted for it. Okay. LB 647, proponents, Mike
That's your time,
McDowell.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill, LB 705, that we've put many bills into, including some that I really support. And I'm taking a look at the amendment that Senator Merman would like to get to that we'll get to shortly here. And what the amendment does is it strikes section 24, 41, 42, 51, 60, and 91 and inserts the following new sections. Looks like we're striking a little bit of language. It says, the Excellence in Teaching Cash Fund is created. The fund shall consist of transfers by the legislature, transfers pursuant to Section 1 of this Act, and loan repayments, penalties, and interest payments received in the course of administering the Attracting Excellence to Teaching program and the Enhancing Excellence in Teaching program. 2A, for all fiscal years beginning on and after July 1st, 2024, the Commission shall allocate on an annual basis up to $250,000 of the funds transferred pursuant to Section 1 of this Act for grants to teachers pursuant to the Career Readiness and Dual Credit Education Grant Program. Sub B, for all fiscal years beginning on and after July 1st, 2024, the Commission shall allocate on an annual basis up to $500,000 of the funds transferred pursuant to Section 1 of this Act for grants and loans to students enrolled in a teacher education program for student teaching semesters. Sub C, of the funds remaining in the Excellence in Teaching Cash Fund after the distributions pursuant to subdivisions A and B of this subsection for all fiscal years, the Commission shall allocate on an annual basis up to $400,000 in the aggregate of the funds to be distributed for the Attracting Excellence to Teaching program to all eligible institutions according to the distribution formula as determined by rule and regulation. The eligible institutions shall act as agents of the Commission in the distribution of the funds for the Attracting Excellence to Teaching program to eligible students. The Commission shall allocate on an annual basis up to $800,000 of the remaining available funds to be distributed to eligible students for the Enhancing Excellence in Teaching program. Funding amounts granted in excess of $1,200,000 shall be evenly divided for distribution between the two programs. Any money in the Excellence in Teaching Cash Fund available for investment shall be invested by the State Investment Officer pursuant to the Nebraska Capital Expansion Act and the Nebraska State Funds Investment Act. Reading these amendments and going through the normal course of legislation, hearing bills in committee, reading drafts of bills when they get introduced in the first 10 days, and then seeing the course of relationships and political outcomes and votes and blowback over the days after these bills are introduced. It's so remarkable how a bill starts and it has a number in it like $1,200,000 or $400,000 or the aggregate of the funds or $500,000. You know, why not $2,500 or $1,003,000? Or it's the way these budgets get settled out and
1 minute.
thank you, Mr. President, and whittled down, or what gets taken away and put back, that then the people of Nebraska have to live by. And, you know, this type of money and these kinds of grants can make or break a career for a young educator in Nebraska, are subject to the whims of who's mad at who, of who thinks that someone's a liar, of who broke someone's trust. And it's awesome in the real sense of the word. It fills you with awe at how flippant and how petty we are about these types of things, whether it's regarding funding for education or for human rights, for deciding when kids can get expelled from school, at what age they're allowed to do that, versus what kind of health care they're allowed to get with their parents' consent. Thank you, Mr. President.
That's your time. Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak. And this is your last time on the bracket motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as I was previously saying, I was trying to figure out, there's a lot of stuff filed on this bill, and so it's hard to figure out what the order is. And I don't see anything proactively handed out from the committee itself. So, and I don't see that the pages are jumping up to hand out 50 copies of something on any pending amendments. So it is a little hard to know what exactly we are going to be debating on this bill. And I, for one, get anxious when we're debating something like right now and I don't know what it is and nobody's sharing any information about it. So my little antenna goes up thinking something's not right here. So I'm gonna try and figure out what's going on and why there are amendments filed, but no information from the committee about what we're about to be debating. And nobody from the committee getting on the mic and explaining what we're about to be debating. So I am a little apprehensive. So this first amendment that I'm looking at is 1669, and it changes appropriations to transfer, okay, fiscal year, blah, 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 funds. This looks like a technical bill. Okay. The department shall make payment to each applicant school district on before. The department shall make a payment to each qualifying applicant school district. Now, this doesn't seem education future fund pursuant. This is much more text, so not cleanup. Individual may apply for participation in the program if the individual is an employee. Okay. Don't understand what this is, but I'm just trying to quickly skim down because I'm on page 4 of 9. Except as provided in subject. Aha, page 4. This is, I believe, Senator McKinney's bill on page 4 of AM 1669. It looks like it is section 60, line 23 of page 4. Except as provided in subsection 2 of this section, an elementary school shall not suspend a student in pre-kindergarten through second grade. A student in pre-kindergarten through second grade may be subject to an emergency exclusion as provided in the section. Okay, so except as provided in subsection 2 of this section. So I'm going to go back up to subsection 2. of that section, of section 60. Wait, that was my mistake. I went up and I should have gone down. Subsection 2. Okay, an elementary school may suspend a student in pre-kindergarten through second grade if such student brings a deadly weapon as defined in section 28-109 onto school grounds, into a vehicle owned, leased, or contracted by a school being used for a school purpose, or a vehicle being driven for a school purpose by a school employee or his or her designee, or to a school-sponsored activity or athletic event. Huh. I'm curious how that's different from Senator McKinney's original bill. So I'm going to have to go and look at that bill to cross-reference what changes we're making. And I know that'll probably take me back to the committee statement to begin with. Was this in the original committee bill, or was it amended in? It was in the original committee
1 minute.
package. So it should be part of the committee statement. All right. Well, I will try and get to that committee statement then to figure out what exactly is in this bill. And I don't have any more times on this time, but I'll have more. I'll have more times. Don't you worry. Whether I want to or not, I'm here till the bitter end. So I may as well talk about what's in the bill, right? Right. That should make people happy. Thank you, Mr. President. I think that's about my time. So I will wait for the next go round. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 705, but I will say there are some amendments that are pending that I oppose, primarily because I was clear on general foul that I oppose schools suspending 5-year-olds. So we're just going to leave it there. There's an amendment allowing for emergency exclusions, but emergency exclusions is translation, a loophole to still suspend 5-year-olds based on the premise that a school official can make up any story and say we need to emergency exclude this kid just to suspend them. So that's why I oppose it, because there's a gray area that is still going to allow for the school to prison pipeline to continue in the state of Nebraska. These school officials, especially the one from my community, didn't show up and testify in opposition of this bill. They haven't really came out directly. It's kind of just been sneakily, I don't even know if that's a word, but they've been around here trying to get anybody whoever they could find to try to oppose the bill. I've talked to them and I told them how I feel about emergency exclusions. And you would think that a district that educates many kids, not only just minority or Black, but kids that live in poverty, kids that deal with disabilities and things like this, would be a lot more thoughtful about how they operate and the things they advocate for. And in my opinion, they're basically advocating to suspend 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds. Now under the guise of, oh, we need to emergency exclude these kids because we need to figure things out. They could find alternatives. It's just, is there a willingness to find those alternatives? And in my opinion, that's no. It's trying to take the easy way out and not necessarily do what's right for the kids. In what world does suspending a 5-year-old help that 5-year-old? In what world do we have school systems that can't set up alternatives to suspending kids? I don't think it's that difficult. I honestly don't. And if it's such a chronic issue, that should tell you that suspending the kid is not going to solve it. Let's figure out what is the underlying issues. A lot of times kids are dealing with things outside of their control and really looking for help. But the default can't be, this kid is bad, let's suspend him. Oh, this kid is bad. We don't want to figure out the alternatives. We just want to emergency exclude them. That's horrible. It's horrible policy for a lot of reasons. And we don't say the school to prison pipeline for no reason. It starts in elementary and it gradually goes upstream and upstream and upstream till the kid is involved in the child welfare system, juvenile justice system, then an adult system for the prison that a lot of individuals in here are going to vote to build. And that's what I'm trying to prevent, is another kid that schools don't want to look out for being deemed as a bad kid, and then having a butterfly effect of that kid ending up in a prison. That's what I'm trying to avoid with that bill, and that's why I introduced the bill. And to all the school officials or administrators, if you really cared, you would have showed up in opposition. And again, trying to emergency exclude is just a loophole to still suspend kids disproportionately, especially Black kids. Because when you look at the numbers in the district that I represent, over 50+ of the kids that are suspended around this age group are Black. So OPS just come out and say we want to suspend 5-year-old Black kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator John Kavanaugh, you recognize to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, colleagues, I was just sitting here reading the committee statement and trying to figure out where I'm at on this bill. And I know there's some amendments coming up later that maybe will change people's positions on certain parts of it. But I just was looking through the original committee statement and I saw, as some folks have been talking about, it would be helpful, those of us who are not on the committee, trying to understand certain parts. And so I was looking at, let's see, it's page 2 of the committee statement, explanation of amendment, and it's AM 1468, incorporates provisions of multiple education bills, and then it goes down, committee voted 8-0 to adopt 1468, and then it says AM 1371 to 705 directs funds for 2024 the Nebraska Education Improvement Fund by percentage. And so I was looking at that. I don't really know specifically what all of these are, but there was Community College Gap Assistance Program Fund. So I just picked one at random and looked it up. And the Community College Gap Assistance Program Fund aims to address the looming shortage by offering financial aid, to community college students enrolled in credit or non-credit programs that are not eligible for Pell Grants that could lead to jobs in high-need fields. These are low-income students who would not be eligible for federal financial aid because, although they're enrolled in college, they're not enrolled in programs for credit that lead directly to a degree. So I thought that was interesting. Seems like a good program. So I looked up, could see graduation rates by family income, and then this is from the Midwest Higher Education Compact, which has some really good higher education data on their website, which is www.mhec.org, and then dashboard. So percentage of first-time full-time degree certificate seeking students who graduate within 4 years at first public 2-year institutions and within 6 years at first 4-year institutions by Pell Grant recipient status. So public 2-year institution Pell Grant recipients. And in Nebraska, it is just about 50% graduate within 4 years at a 2-year institution if they're receiving Pell Grants. And then there's non-Pell recipients that in Nebraska are graduating about 60% within 4 years. And so this group we're talking about providing aid to would be kids who are not receiving a Pell, but would otherwise be Pell eligible. So they're in that lower graduation rate, but they're going to be even lower than that because they're not receiving the funds to help them pay for it. So presumably they're going to have to be working on other things at the same time. So you can search by state, you can search by national, you can search by top 5 median. So this breaks down for those Pell recipients. The top 5 median are about 60%, and the national average is just below Nebraska at about 45. And then for the non-Pell recipients, they're at 66%, for the top 5 median and 55% for the national. So Nebraska overperforms graduation rate in both categories, but underperforms the national rate, but we underperform kind of the five highest performers. But so that's just one of these things. I could read you some more of that program if you like, but it's just a good program to help ensure in those high need areas, which is a great service our community colleges provide, which is, particularly at least in Omaha, we have Metro Community College, which is dynamic, responds to our big companies' needs for training, for specific jobs, gets people interested in high need fields. Always have.
1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't see you up there. So I just always remember that Metro has a great program for welding, which is a very high need field we have in the city of Omaha right now. And we, of course, have the Culinary Institute at Metro that has really helped the Omaha food culture grow by leaps and bounds. So that's just one line in one section of one of the bills that we're talking about here. And this is committee statement. It's 10 pages long. So I'll keep looking. I'll try and look up what Senator McKinney was talking about. And maybe we can I can engage intelligently in that conversation as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Conrad, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, colleagues. I wanted to rise to share just a little bit of information in regards to committee deliberations, and then in regards to kind of what we're looking at on the, I think, Senator Merman's amendment that would normally be kind of akin to a committee amendment that's been filed to the ENR amendments, and I think is listed in the system as AM 1669. So a couple of things. In regards to Senator McKinney's measure that he brought forward to the committee in trying to address a policy that has been adopted in other states to ensure that our youngest students, generally called too young to suspend, too young to expel, that we have a clear prohibition in place, because we know a lot of things about what's going on in that regard. So when a very, very young child in preschool or early elementary grades has a behavioral issue that is so intense or acute that it would trigger a disciplinary action like suspension or expulsion, there's usually something very serious going on with that kid. They have an undiagnosed learning disability or behavioral health issue, or they're being hurt someplace. And so what we know from the research is that when you have that kind of clear prohibition in place, then what the response to those behaviors, while serious in nature, is to ensure appropriate identification of the underlying cause of those behaviors instead of a reflexive suspension or expulsion. We also know from right here in Nebraska and in our sister states that there is an undeniable disparate impact when it comes to racial injustice in how those school discipline measures are carried out, and also for our youngest students in preschool and early elementary. We also know that the earlier those interventions of school discipline like suspension and expulsion come into play, that hinders the student's ability to be successful in their educational career. And that means they're more likely to drop out. They're more likely to face serious student discipline issues later in the course of their academic career. And then we see a greater likelihood for system engagement in the juvenile justice system or the criminal justice system later in life. So the earlier that we can identify appropriate interventions, instead of setting off this kind of chain of problematic issues for the individual and for society, the better. When we were talking about this at the committee level, the committee found a great deal of consensus in saying, if this is good policy for OPS and other metro schools that Senator McKinney has brought forward, it's good policy for everybody. So that's how this measure came out of committee, with a broader application than was originally proposed. We've seen attempts since general file, when this was introduced for the first round of broader debate, to kind of peel or poke back, or kind of poke at, thank you, Madam President, the substance of Senator McKinney's measure. We've heard a lot of talk about, well, let's just have it apply to metro schools, or let's have these exceptions or that exceptions. And I just wanted to provide that insight from the committee level about why we wanted to see a broader application, and some of the concerns I might have about whether or not that strong, clear prohibition would be gutted by this committee or Merman amendment that's been brought forward. Additionally, there were a host of issues identified on general file, some technical in nature, some substantive, that we identified as needing a cleanup or additional amendments for the select file debate. Due to some absences and constrained amount of time, we weren't able to really come back together as an education committee to exec on some of those more substantive issues that are now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator McKinney, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I rise in support of LB 705, but I will tell you that I only support LB 705 as it was originally introduced on general file. If an amendment gets attached that further takes away from the original intent of my bill, LB 632, I'm not going to support this bill. And I will promise the education lobby that's sitting out there that I will bring other bills in future legislation, future sessions to further hold you guys accountable, especially those that think it's okay to suspend 5-year-olds. And in the case of OPS, that means more than likely 50+ percent of the kids that will be suspended will be Black. So I will hold that district accountable to this attempt. I will be very vocal about it. I will introduce legislation, and I will keep going and going and going. That's what I need you guys to understand. You're trying to add in one exception was already added for deadly weapons, which was understandable. But this emergency exclusion exception is BS. To be frank, it's going to allow for a loophole for schools and school officials to just blanketly say, oh, we need to emergency exclude this kid for any reason. And that's what's going to happen. And then who's going to track the data of the kids that were not suspended, not expelled, emergency excluded? Because according to everything I've seen as far as tracking of data and things like that, emergency exclusions isn't on a list. So you're going to have this data point that nobody sees but the district, and they're going to overwhelmingly suspend Black kids. So if OPS wants to go down that route, we're going to have fun while I'm here in the legislature, and I promise you that, because it's unacceptable. They could find alternatives now, but it's about doing your job, stepping up and being leaders. That's what it takes. The district currently is not being leaders. They're not looking at preventative measures to prevent kids from being suspended and expelled. They just want to suspend kids and now emergency exclude them, which is going to be a data point that they probably won't track. So we're not going to know the real numbers. But when you look at the current numbers of the kids that they currently suspend and expel, 50+% of those kids will be Black. And that is a fact, and they know it. And then when you look at the numbers even further, most of those kids are on free and reduced lunch. So not only are they Black, but they're also kids that are probably growing up in probably not the greatest situations. And that's the problem. That I know it's not the school's job to do everything, but schools should be safe havens for our kids, and our schools should be looking after our students. But when I see 50+% of the kids that are being expelled, they look like me, which has probably been a thing for forever because it was probably a reality when I was in elementary. So hopefully that amendment doesn't get attached, because if it does, it's going to be a huge problem, and I'm going to try to pull it off on final, and I'm going to keep trying to pull it off. And if the bill passes with that exception, I am promising there will be issues going forward with me in the district I represent, because they are basically down here advocating to suspend 5-year-old Black kids. And I'm going to make it loud and clear as much as I can. So if you're listening, and I know you're out in the lobby listening, it is going to be a problem. And I promise you that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator Frederickson, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise in support of LB 705 as we voted from general. I've really enjoyed and appreciated the conversation that we're having, specifically related to this upcoming amendment, and I'm looking forward to learning more about the amendment as we get into the discussion more and more about this. I'm also appreciative of Senator Conrad. I think she always does a nice job of kind of describing the various stakeholders and the consensus that is there, and I think that she did a nice job of sort of summarizing the committee process with this. So that was helpful for me to kind of get a little bit of background on that. So one thing that I'm kind of thinking a little bit about, so a little interesting fact about myself that some may or may not know in here. When I was in graduate school, I briefly worked at a federal prison. One of my professors and mentors at the time had a research grant with the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and we were doing a we were studying whether or not a specific intervention would be effective with pretrial detainees who had had either a history of suicidal or homicidal behavior. And part of that process when we were screening for folks that would be in the group is that we were taking all sorts of history and assessment history of the folks that we were experiencing incarceration that we were working with. And that was when I really kind of first learned about the kind of school to prison pipeline. And so I bring that story up a little bit more because that has me certainly supportive of Senator McKinney's amendment. I've seen firsthand kind of ways that folks can become involved with the justice system early on through their educational experience. And so I am concerned with what I'm hearing, especially if there's any attempts to potentially weaken Senator McKinney's amendment. So I'm actually curious if Senator McKinney might yield to some questions. I know he's kind of engaged in a conversation real quick, but if I may ask him a couple questions, that would be appreciated.
Senator McKinney, will you yield?
Yes.
So I'm curious. So as I'm kind of listening to this shift to the possible language to your amendment, were you aware that this was happening or this was going to happen? Did anyone speak to you about this?
So I had a couple conversations about a possible amendment. I did know for sure that it was going to get attached, but the nature of that conversation was pretty much every time I've talked to anybody, it was about the bill being expanded from metropolitan class schools only to the rest of the state. I never had a conversation about the emergency exclusion exception because I would have told anybody, just like I told OPS, I don't like it. I just said, if you don't want your schools included, that's up to you to talk to the committee about, but that was the conversation.
Okay, thank you, Senator McKinney. So that's also kind of helpful for me to understand as well, just given the fact that this is Senator McKinney's original bill. I think that's important to sort of engage him as he would be obviously a key stakeholder in that legislation and what that bill looks like as it progresses through debate and as it progresses through this. So I'm going to continue to listen in on this conversation. Again, I'm looking forward to maybe hearing more from some of the Education Committee members about their thoughts on this and this bill as it is their omnibus package. And at that, I will continue to listen. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Frederickson. Senator Hunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. One moment here. I rise in strong support of Senator McKinney's part of this bill that prevents really young kids as young as 5 from being expelled from schools. We know that suspension or expulsion in the early stages of childhood education can introduce a range of negative effects that kids feel sometimes for the rest of their lives, for the rest of their academic lives, which affects the rest of their adult lives. And that could include disruption of critical early learning and increased family stress. And these policies have come under scrutiny by educators and medical professionals all over the country who are saying these kids who are so young, the right thing to do when they're having behavioral issues is not to expel them at this young age. In addition, distinct gender and racial disparities exist related to these disciplinary decisions, with higher rates of boys and higher rates of children of color being forced to go home from school. Arkansas, Colorado, Connecticut, Maine, Ohio, Washington, and the cities of Chicago and New York City all have introduced legislation to limit the use of suspension and expulsion of younger school children. This is one of the first policies that I worked on when I was first elected. In 2019, I introduced LB 165, which was the Too Young to Suspend Act. And we highlighted and we learned through our work on that with Voices for Children, with the Public School Union, with Elizabeth Einen-Kogerda, who's a fabulous expert in education who was kind enough to give me her time to help draft that legislation as well as an amendment. We learned that Nebraska students with disabilities are 2.5 times more likely to be suspended, and that Black children are 5 times more likely to be suspended than their white peers. And this puts Nebraska second highest in the nation, number 2, in terms of disparity in suspensions of students by race. Suspending a child who is in pre-kindergarten or kindergarten is a sign that all of the adults, the principals, the teachers, the parents, the community have failed. But the least powerful and the least responsible are being labeled and punished and held accountable, the 5-year-olds, the little kids. Pre-kindergarten's original purpose, preschool, was to help children who need extra help with socialization and cognitive skills. And kindergarten started as just a half for a good reason. It was intended to be a needed transition to a full day of school for these kids. Changes have been made to this based on the needs of adults who are working parents. And it's not based on research that states what's best for the child. Once again, the most vulnerable suffer the most. Instead of pre-kindergarten being reserved for or expanded to those who need it the most, educators, parents, and politicians now promote preschool for all as they punish and suspend the very same children the program was originally intended to serve. In addition, Nebraska is not immune to a nationwide problem. Minority students at all grade levels, including pre-kindergarten.
1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, are being suspended disproportionately. Neither poverty nor type of infraction can explain the higher number of suspensions for these students. There are effective alternatives to suspensions, and they are utilized all the time in schools where pre-K and kindergarten students are not being suspended. And Senator McKinney's bill will help ensure that all of Nebraska's children are being treated fairly. It'll start to make a dent in the school to prison pipeline problem that we see in this state. And it's just good legislation. So any amendment that would take that part of the bill out, such as AM 1699 from Senator Merman, will cause the bill to lose significant support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. So while I rise in support of the section of the bill we're talking about, which was Senator McKinney's bill about not suspending kindergartners. So the section in this amendment that we're all talking about is section 60 of that AM 1669. As Senator Conrad, I appreciate giving the AM number because that was made easier for me to find what we're talking about. And it says, as except as provided by subsection 2 of the section, elementary school shall not suspend a student in pre-K through second grade. A student in pre-K through second grade may be subject to emergency exclusion as provided in section 79-246 for the purpose of giving the school, in consultation with the parents or guardians of such student, adequate time for drafting and implementing a plan to support such student. Each school district shall develop a policy to implement this section, which shall include disciplinary measures inside the school and an alternate to suspension. So in that section, if you look at 246 or 264, 79-264, allows for up to 5 days under certain circumstances. I'm trying to find it. I lost it here. No, that's not it either. 264, there we go. Student may be excluded from school in the following circumstances subject to procedures, and if longer than 5 days, subject to procedures under section 3. But so this section is allowing for kindergartners and pre-kindergartners to be excluded from school for up to 5 days while the school develops a plan on how to deal with them. Implement a plan to support such students. So figure out how to support kindergartners. And then there's a second section that says an elementary school may suspend a student in pre-kindergarten through second grade if such student brings a deadly weapon as defined under 28-109 onto school grounds into a vehicle owned, leased, or contracted by the school, being used by the school for the purpose of a vehicle being driven for school purposes. So essentially they're saying school bus, or to a school-sponsored athletic activity or athletic event. Again, we're talking about pre-K to second graders. So obviously we have examples of weapons being brought to school by young kids very recently, which is a scary event, to be sure. But we're talking about preventing kids from coming to school, treating them like they've done something wrong when clearly they are so young that they don't appreciate some of the conduct that they're undertaking. And as others have talked about, some kids, if they fall into this category as excluded in this section, it's because they have, they're experiencing some kind of trauma or mental health issue, and it's manifesting itself in a way that they're acting out in class. And the easiest thing to do would be to exclude them from class to calm down the situation in the classroom for others, but it's to the detriment of that child. And then, once somebody has been suspended or disciplined once, it's of course then more likely to be disciplined and suspended again the next time. These things always escalate. And so we should not be making it easy to suspend little kids from school for either acting like little kids, which, you all know that I have 4 little kids that actually all of them but one meet the definitions of the ages in this group. And I would tell you from personal experience that they are
1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. They're well behaved sometimes and they are very poorly behaved other times. And that doesn't make them bad kids, and it doesn't mean that they should be kicked out of school. Sometimes you have to know how to deal with them in their particular situation. But I think Senator McKinney's bill, as is and is integrated into the bill currently, improves the state of how schools are going to be dealing with kids going forward. They're going to have to figure out how to make sure that these young kids can stay in their school. So I would be opposed to stripping out that section of this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak. This is your last opportunity before your close.
I know. Good afternoon, good evening, colleagues. I was immersed in a thoughtful conversation with my colleagues on the Education Committee and committee staff who works really, really hard to support the committee's efforts. And I think that we were talking together about maybe some communication missteps. I'm not going to say breakdowns, but maybe just missteps in terms of how we got to the Merman Amendment and kind of plans to address that to ensure the fidelity to the proposal that Senator McKinney brought forward to address educational equity and racial justice in regards to our school discipline policies. So I know that people are working with bill drafters, or perhaps even waiting to get amendments back that perhaps is a clearer or better reflection of what the committee felt comfortable with, and that we will have a chance perhaps later down the filed amendments on the bill today to have a straight up or down debate and vote on whether or not we should provide exemptions or other modifications to Senator McKinney's bill. So I think people are doing their due diligence, recognizing that that may have been problematic in terms of the Merman/committee amendment that's been filed, and I think that that will be remedied, which is good news. And I really appreciate the committee staff and the committee leadership for hearing those concerns and working to address and remedy them with a better process to structure the debate. So that's a little bit about what is going on in regards to that matter. The other thing that I wanted to just mention in terms of this time on the mic was how many important and thoughtful components are in the Education Committee package in LB 705 that we constructed together on general file. One of the North Star key issues that the committee took up this year was recognizing that we have a teacher shortage, pretty much at crisis levels. And so we needed to explore teacher recruitment and retention strategies really across the board to figure out any solutions that worked in other states to help recruit and retain top talent to be that frontline teacher in our schools who makes all the difference in the world to inspiring children to learn and to succeed. And we have really important pieces in there from Senator DeBoer in terms of invigorating or establishing an apprenticeship program to help leverage federal funds and provide more pathways to the classroom. We have some alternatives to certification that Senator Linehan has identified that have worked in other states and that may complement our existing alternatives in Nebraska. And then, of course, we have really, I think, the essential kind of nexus of the teacher recruitment and retention piece that Senator Linehan brought forward and that the committee felt very strongly about. And that was ensuring additional financial compensation, whether I can't remember exactly if it's called a bonus or a stipend in the measure before us, but to really provide recognition to the fact that teachers really need some extra help in meeting their family's bottom line, in juggling student loans, in keeping pace with inflation.
1 minute.
And thank you, Mr. President. And the more that we can do to provide that actual compensation to our hardworking teachers across the state, the better. And so that's really a big piece of what's in 705. And then there's just a host of other education related policies that are in there as well. But I just wanted to redirect the body's and the public writ large attention to some of the key components in LB 705, why it's received such broad support, and why it's important to our state in making sure that our public education system, which has been a generational point of pride, remains strong now and into the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Day, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the portion of 705 that would include Senator McKinney's bill. Like Senator Hunt, I also introduced this very same bill in a previous session. I believe I introduced it in 2021. In my first session as a new senator, I was surprised to find out that this was even a thing that we were doing, suspending kindergartners and preschoolers, and thought that it would be one of those bills. Again, I was a brand new senator. I would introduce it and everybody would be like, well, of course, we don't want to suspend or expel kindergartners. These kids are 4, 5, 6 years old. And here we are several years later, still not able to pass a bill to remove the possibility of suspending these really, really young kids. And I think to me, I see it as part of a larger issue of the continuing position of being quote unquote, it's sort of like the Polly Pocket or the mini version of being tough on crime, right? Like, we have this idea that instead of addressing root causes of these problems, we just want to implement punitive measures and we think that that's somehow going to solve the problem. Kids who are 4, 5, 6 years old, who are behaving in ways that would cause them to get suspended or expelled, likely have other issues that could be addressed, like living in poverty, problems at home, food insecurity, mental behavioral health issues, undiagnosed disabilities. But we continue to ignore the policy solutions to address those problems in favor of implementing punitive measures like suspension or expulsion for very young children, despite the fact that we know it is not effective. I found this really great article from NBC News from a couple of years ago, and it's titled, "Kicking Kids Out of Preschool is Damaging, Experts Say. So Why is it Still Happening?" Despite laws cracking down on preschool expulsions, thousands of young children a year are put out of school. Preschoolers are 3 times more likely than older children to be removed from school and to face social, emotional, and academic consequences. In Houston, MSI's rambunctious 3-year-old son was kicked out of 4 preschools near his home, including one that expelled him after just a few hours for jumping around and ignoring safety precautions. In New York City, Deborah Sinclair said she felt lost and alone when a few incidents of kicking and biting got her son forced out of a preschool in Queens. And in Chicago, Mina Marion said her 3-year-old son was distressed when one preschool, then another, pushed him out for biting, shoving, and in one case, hitting another child with a rolling pin. "He was telling me he was bad," Marion said. "He couldn't control his impulses and felt bad about himself afterwards." There's nothing new about tiny troublemakers being pushed out of preschools. A 2016 federal study found that an estimated 50,000 preschoolers had been suspended in the previous year and 17,000 were expelled. But Cy, Sinclair, and Marion all live in cities or states that have taken steps to reduce suspensions or expulsions in response to research showing that young children...
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Research showing that young children who are booted from preschool face a slew of social, emotional, and academic consequences. It goes on to tell a little bit more about the story here. Preschoolers are 3 times more likely than older children to be kicked out of school, a 2005 study found. The crisis is even more extreme for children of color and those with disabilities, who are much more likely than their peers to suffer the potentially devastating consequences that come from the disruption. Research shows that young children who are expelled or suspended are as much as 10 times more likely to drop out of high school, to hold negative attitudes about school, and to end up in jail. An expulsion can also throw parents' lives into turmoil, forcing them to miss work as they search for resources to support a struggling child. I think I'm about out of time, so I will yield the rest of my time to the chair.
That's your time, Senator. Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Hunt, you're recognized, and this is your 3rd time on the BRCA motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is from a story from NPR, and it opens like this. First, a story. Late one night, a man searches for something in a parking lot. On his hands and knees, he crawls around a bright circle of light created by a street lamp overhead. A woman passes, stops, takes in the scene. What are you looking for? Can I help? My car keys. Any chance you've seen them? You dropped them right around here? Oh, no, I dropped them way over there, he says, gesturing vaguely to some faraway spot on the other side of the lot. Then why are you looking here? The man pauses to consider the question. Because this is where the light is. New research from the Yale Child Study Center suggests that many preschool teachers look for disruptive behavior in much the same way, in just one place, waiting for it to appear. The problem with this strategy, besides it being inefficient, is that because of implicit bias, teachers are spending too much time watching Black boys and expecting the worst. Lead researcher Walter Gilliam knew that to get an accurate measure of implicit bias among preschool teachers, he couldn't be fully transparent with his subjects about what exactly he was trying to study. Implicit biases are just that. Subtle, often subconscious stereotypes that guide our expectations and interactions with people. We all have them, Gilliam says. Implicit biases are a natural process by which we take information and we judge people on the basis of generalizations regarding that information. We all do it. Even the most well-meaning teacher can harbor deep-seated biases, whether she knows it or not. So Gilliam and his team devised a remarkable and remarkably deceptive experiment. At a big annual conference for pre-K teachers, Gilliam and his team recruited 135 educators to watch a few short videos. Here's what they told them. We are interested in learning about how teachers detect challenging behavior in the classroom. Sometimes this involves seeing behavior before it becomes problematic. The video segments you are about to view are of preschoolers engaging in various activities. Some clips may or may not contain challenging behaviors. Your job is to press the Enter key on the external keypad every time you see a behavior that could become a potential challenge. Each video included 4 children, a Black boy and girl and a white boy and girl. Here's the deception. There was no challenging behavior. While the teachers watched, eye scan technology measured the trajectory of their gaze. Gilliam wanted to know, when teachers expected bad behavior, who did they watch? What we found was exactly what we expected based on the rates at which children are expelled from preschool, Gilliam says. Teachers looked more at the Black children than the white children, and they looked specifically more at the African American boy. Indeed, according to most recent data from the U.S. Department of Education, Black children are 3.6 times more likely to be suspended from preschool than white children. And don't forget, in Nebraska, that rate is 5 times more likely. So the national average is 3.6 times more likely for Black children to be expelled. In Nebraska, that's 5 times more likely, making us the state.
1 minute.
Thank you. The state with the second highest disparity in racial biases and discrimination and expulsion in the country. The article continues, put another way, Black children account for roughly 19% of all preschoolers, but nearly half of preschoolers who get suspended. One reason that number is so high, Gilliam suggests, is that teachers spend more time focused on their Black students, expecting bad behavior. If you look for something in one place, that's typically the only place you can find it, he said. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third opportunity on the bracket motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again because I do support LB 705, but I don't support the efforts by the public school administrators out in the rotunda tonight. And this is why. Suspending Black kids in kindergarten through second grade is harmful for several reasons. First, it creates a school to prison pipeline where young children of color are punished unfairly and disproportionately, which is reflected in the numbers and the suspensions at, for example, OPS, which can lead to long-term negative impacts on their academic success and future opportunities. Second, young children are still developing their social and emotional skills, and suspending them instead of providing support and intervention could exacerbate behavior issues rather than addressing them. Third, suspensions in early childhood are often used for minor infractions such as talking back or not following directions, which can be addressed more effectively through positive reinforcement and other behavioral interventions. Therefore, it is important for schools to work towards implementing alternative forms of discipline. And you know, if the school officials would have showed up to the hearing, they would have heard my testimony about alternatives. There's a system known as school-wide positive behavior support, which makes schools more effective by enhancing the capacity of schools to educate all children, especially those dealing with challenging social behaviors, by establishing clearly defined outcomes that relate to academic and social behaviors, systems that support staff efforts, practices that support student success, and data utilization that guide decision-making. This multi-tiered framework works because it's not a curriculum, discipline package, or a product, but a process for individualized and sustained decision-making, planning, and problem-solving. Implementation of this is associated with lower discipline referrals and positive influence on academic achievement. There's also a graduated approach to discipline in which primary interventions are used to teach all students pro-social behavior. Secondary interventions deliver special programs for student groups at risk of creating problems, and other interventions provided individualized support for students with chronic behavioral issues. I was a kid with chronic behavioral issues, and just suspending me didn't solve it. It didn't even help. Because the problem is, a lot of times when these kids are suspended, nobody's asking, why is the kid acting out? It's just, let's put this kid out. We can't deal with this issue. And you know what's funny? When we were talking about this bill, I forget, a couple weeks ago, somebody in the lobby handed me this, and it's from a song from Run the Jewels. I don't know the song exactly, but I think this is good to say. The way I see it, you're probably freest from the ages 1 to 4. Around the age of 5, you're shipped away for your body to be stored. They promise education, but really they give you tests and scores, and they predict in prison populations by who's scoring the lowest. And usually the lowest scores, the poorest, and they look like me. And every day on evening news, they feed you fear for free.
1 minute.
We know, and the data shows, that when you start suspending kids this young, statistically speaking, a lot of these kids are going to end up in the system, and it's not going to be positive. And it's a shame that we have to stand up at 9:14 at night and argue with school officials who claim they care about kids. And that is the problem. Our schools aren't stepping up to find alternatives to better understand our kids and improve their educational outcomes. They just want to throw them to the streets. And that is the issue I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McKinney. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third time on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I again echo the comments of folks who have spoken before me, including Senator McKinney most recently. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about one of the parts that I like in the bill, which is the Community College Gap Assistance Program. Talk about how much I like the community college, particularly in my community, which is Metro Community College, and how great of a partner they've been in our community and how much they have, how much they do. So one of the things that this, the grant that we're applying, I think it was 9% to, does is offers assistance to those who don't qualify for Pell Grants to help them pay for community college, and that's because of the programming they're in. And so this lists legislative specific in-demand occupations to include financial services, transportation, warehousing, and distribution logistics. So I would think CDLs maybe, which I know there was a bill about CDL training this year and how that's such an in-demand job. We had in the last couple of years coming out of the pandemic, we had a real issue with transportation of goods, and that included getting things trucked across the country out of the ports. We had a backlog in the ports and putting things on trucks and then getting them driven places. So that's an important one. Precision metal manufacturing, bioscience, renewable energy, agriculture and food processing, which we know a lot about here in Nebraska, and how important those jobs can be. We had I think it was Senator Brandt's bill last year about smaller meat lockers and things like that. Again, that was another thing we learned in the pandemic, was how a backlog in our food processing can lead to losses for our producers, increased food costs, and all of those things. And so making sure we're adequately training folks to work in those industries. Business management and administrative services, software and computer services. Of course, that's a future-looking industry. Research and development and engineering services, health services, hospitality and tourism, construction, which we, again, to point out, UNO has a great construction program where I think they build a house like inside of a shed. It's pretty cool. And education. And we've talked about that a lot, about the need and demand for teachers and all other education associated professionals, because we're talking about not suspending pre-K up to second graders for the last while, and one of the arguments for why we may need to do that is lack of resources. That schools don't have enough staff to deal appropriately with kids who may be having, experiencing an issue. And so if we make sure we have enough staff to actually run our schools the way we need to run them, the way that it would be appropriate to make sure that every kid gets a high quality education, make sure that every kid gets an opportunity to learn regardless of what their home life may be like, or regardless of what, personal issue they may be dealing with, whether that's, physical health issue or a mental health issue, or, some trauma or things like that. And of course, hunger and other things, outside pressures. But one of the things that helps deal with all that is adequate staffing and having enough people in our education fields. So this is one line item in one section of the bill, again, that is directing, I think, 9% to this community college gap assistance program that finds a way to direct funds. Thank you, Mr. President. Finds a way to direct funds to students who are in high need fields, but who do not qualify for federal financial aid because of how they're enrolled or what particular credentialed program they're enrolled in, or something that the federal government hasn't really caught up with. So this is filling a need to help make sure that we're getting the staff, the jobs, the high need jobs we have in the state, but also fill in the gaps where the federal financial aid isn't helping, isn't meeting the needs of our students. So this is a good program. And one of the reasons that, as it is right now, 705 is a good bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too wanted to talk about some of the good things in this bill. There are two things that I have that are in this bill that I think are worth noting and talking about as we're talking about what's in this bill that's good. I will note that there is an amendment somewhere. If you've seen the amendments that are in line on this particular bill, it's a little convoluted. So at some point, perhaps we will get to the amendment that contains the amendment on my paraprofessional apprenticeship program. But what that does is it provides a pathway to becoming a teacher for those who are currently employed or under contract with a school district that helps them to become teachers. A few years ago, before the pandemic, I was at one of these legislative conferences talking to some other folks on a education committee. So it was the topic of I represent us on this education committee. I think there's a few others. And the topic was the teacher shortage. And this is before we'd really felt that very strongly in Nebraska. And I remember being very smug and thinking, oh, well, they all have a teacher shortage, but we're doing fine. And it didn't take long for that to catch up with us here in Nebraska. I don't know what we think we're going to do if we don't have enough teachers. Right? Like, if you think about the costs of childcare, just childcare, not even talking about education, talk about the costs of childcare. If suddenly our schools just weren't there, couldn't operate, think about what that does to our economy just in terms of people who are working. Teachers 100% make our economy run. Then they also, which is their chief goal, teach our future generations. So if we don't have teachers, if we do not have people to teach the next generation, and the shortages aren't just in public schools, it's public schools, private schools, it doesn't matter. We do not have enough teachers. We do not have enough students going into education. So this portion of the bill about teacher apprenticeships would say that we know that it's very difficult for students, particularly maybe non-traditional students or people who are already working in a school district, to be able to afford to go back to school and not get a salary. That's especially troublesome when they have to student teach, because that's when they would normally be working. This helps them by an apprenticeship program where they would take a year long, sort of like student teaching, but they would get a salary the way an apprentice would. This program was developed in Tennessee. It's called the Grow Your Own program. And what it does is it helps you grow your own teachers by getting more students into teaching, by making sure that some of those folks who might otherwise have a difficult time have a pathway. This develops a pathway. There are federal Department of Labor dollars that once we have a program developed, we can leverage to help pay for this. Right now it costs us money. We got to get this going. But if we do not have teachers, I don't even know what we're going to do. I don't mean to say the sky is falling, but if we don't have teachers, the sky is falling. And the number of students who are going into education is so far down compared to what we need to supply our future teacher needs, that this is, we're gonna have to get real creative. There are a number of bills in this bill that work towards that goal. I hope it's enough. I'm not entirely sure if it will be. But I think that we need to just keep putting one foot in front of the other and keep trying new ideas and new solutions to try to get more kids into education. Nebraskans, everyone out there, encourage your kids that may be interested in teaching to go into this very noble profession. I know there's a lot of reasons why teachers are feeling underappreciated these days. I think as Nebraskans, we probably need to work on that as well and try to make sure that they all know. We appreciate
your
you,
time,
teachers.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Day, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So now we are getting into the fun stuff, having substantive debate at 9:30 at night. This is the exciting part of this job. Everybody, or sometimes I say every tootie. If you ever hear me say every tootie, it's become a habit. My brother-in-law, who, speaking of teachers, is a teacher. Shout out to Mr. Deal, who has been teaching at Millard North for almost 20 years now. He always makes a joke and says, every tootie, hey, every tootie, because his two daughters, who are still very young, think it's really hilarious to hear their dad say the word tootie. I think of it like the Italian word for everybody or everything is tutti. So I don't know. I say every tootie. You're welcome for that if you'd like to take it. So going back to, yes, I agree with Senator DeBoer. There's a lot of really important things in this bill. However, I do not support the amendment to essentially gut Senator McKinney's portion of the bill that would remove the opportunity to suspend preschoolers and kindergartners. And again, I think it goes back to the idea that instead of as lawmakers seeking to solve problems from the root cause, we seek to be reactionary and punitive when it comes to these types of things. Again, many children who behave in ways that would allow for suspension at such a young age have other underlying issues that we could work on addressing as policymakers. But most of the time we don't. And when we do attempt to address those issues as policymakers, those measures are often rejected by the body. So going back to the stories that I was mentioning earlier from the NBC News article, this says, when Cy, Sinclair, and Marianne's children were expelled, they were attending schools that were outside the reach of city and state expulsion bans, or schools that were still figuring out how to comply with new regulations. The result was that all three found themselves scrambling for other options when the preschools they depended on suddenly banished their sons. So I think it's important to note here, I certainly don't want to get into a discussion about scholarship tax credits, but even if we were to implement Senator McKinney's bill, it would only, I believe, apply to public schools and would not apply to private schools, which is one of the things that those of us who oppose scholarship tax credits have said all along, is that often private schools are the worst offenders when it comes to treating already marginalized groups of students the worst in terms of suspension and expulsion, and this would not apply to them. But reading further, I don't understand what parents are supposed to do, Sinclair said, noting that her son, who is now almost 6, had sensory processing issues and post-traumatic stress disorder from witnessing violence in his home. I'll say that again. Her son, who is 6, who was suspended and expelled, had sensory processing issues and post-traumatic stress disorder from witnessing violence in his home. The private program her son attended when he was 3 wasn't subject to New York City's preschool expulsion ban because it didn't take city money. When the school kicked him out, Sinclair said she was offered no alternatives. I just wanted to get him the help he needs, she said, but it's very hard to do that. Preschoolers are 3 times more likely than older children to be kicked out of school, a 2005 study found. The crisis is even more extreme for children of color and those with disabilities, who are much more likely than their peers to suffer the potentially devastating consequences that come from the disruption.
That's your time. Senator Day, Senator Merman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. My staff and I have engaged in numerous conversations with several of my colleagues here on the floor. I'm going to be dropping a different cleanup amendment, which will not be touching Senator McKinney's bill as it was passed on general file. We will take up that issue a bit later on select. The E&R amendment is a standing amendment, and there will be senators who attempt to add their bills to the package. Senator Vargas is attempting to add his FAFSA bill and the superintendent pay cap. Senator Erdman is attempting to add his In God We Trust bill, a bill he has brought for the last 7 years, and Senator Blood is trying to add the Interstate Teaching Mobility Compact. I want to again reiterate some of the things Senator Conrad mentioned earlier. This bill includes a lot of good that I and the committee support, and I look forward to working with all of my colleagues on it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Day, you're recognized to speak, and this is your 3rd time on the BRCA motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Merman. It is good to hear that an alternative cleanup amendment is going to be provided that would not touch Senator McKinney's portion of this education package. I did want to continue reading about this just a little bit more because I think it's an issue that we continue to hear about and will likely continue to hear about beyond, because this article specifically talks about private schools. And I just wanted to finish reading a little bit more. Most of the new laws banning or restricting suspension or expulsion apply only to preschools that are publicly funded. That's despite research showing that privately funded programs, such as those in churches or office buildings where staff members tend to have less training, are much more likely to expel hard-to-manage students than more highly regulated public programs. Even in Illinois, where one of the nation's most far-reaching laws aimed at curtailing preschool expulsion applies to both government-funded programs and to those that are merely licensed by the state, the law has been slow to have the impact advocates anticipated. The law went into effect in early 2018, but the agencies that will enforce it are still writing the rules. A recent study found that more than 1 in 3 Illinois preschools contacted by researchers had expelled at least 1 child since the law took effect. Some schools said they didn't know about the law, while others seemed confused by it, said Kate Zinsser, assistant professor of psychology at the University of Illinois at Chicago, who led the study. The law requires schools to work with the child to improve his behavior before kicking him out. If that doesn't work, schools are required to help the child's parents find a more suitable program. Many schools are still trying to figure out what that means in practice, Zinsser said. They thought what they were doing was in compliance, or they said they're just going to write everything down now to create documentation. Advocates hope that the law's implementation will be clarified during the rulemaking process and that the problems identified in Zinsser's study will lead to schools getting more support from the state. After passing a law, some might dust off their hands and say, "We did it, we're good," Zinsser said. But in reality, that was one step of a 100-step process. Emma Sai's son, who turned 4 this week, is a happy and affectionate boy who likes to run and dance, she said. But his speech delay and hyperactivity have contributed to challenging behaviors. It's hard for him to sit and focus, she said, as it would be for really any 4-year-old, in my opinion. But when his energy level got him into trouble, he was attending schools, 3 of them affiliated with churches and a 4th on the campus of a local college that weren't subject to Texas laws banning the suspension or expulsion of young children. It's sad and frustrating because it felt like he was being targeted for his personality, Sai said. I understand that not every kid is the right fit, but the fact that they can kick you out after an hour, they don't have to have a conference. They don't have to give you any kind of notice. They can just do anything they want. 2 of her son's schools did not respond to requests for comment. The 2 that did said they do what they can to support their students. He needed more than we could give him. Becky Goolsby, who directs the Holy Trinity United Methodist Daycare, said of Sai's son, "We're not doctors, we can't diagnose, we're not trained in that field." Many early childhood educators have little more than a high school education. This is a whole other issue that we can get into when it comes to early childhood and encouraging daycares
1 minute.
and early childhood centers to support and hire more qualified workers. But again, another issue for another day. Many early childhood educators have little more than a high school education. Few have specialized training in how to support the social and emotional needs of children or in working with children who have experienced trauma. They might have overcrowded classrooms, which can lead to teacher job stress that research has found is a significant factor in expulsion decisions. In Chicago, Marion's son, now 4, could have been protected by the Illinois law, but she didn't know that at the time, and she thinks the schools her son attended last year relied on language in the law that allows schools to transition a child out of a classroom. I'll yield the rest of my time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. No one else in the queue. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to close on the bracket motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, good evening, colleagues. Just as a point of clarification, because I want to make sure that my understanding of where we are in the process aligns with the presiding officers and the clerks. And I know that some members have expressed maybe a similar desire for some clarity just in terms of process, if possible, Mr. President. But after my motion, I believe I have another priority motion filed. And then after that, there are E&R amendments, an amendment from Senator Merman, which I think has been replaced, which has replaced 1669 with 1672, striking Section 60, which touched upon Senator McKinney's measure on too young to suspend. I do understand that there is a floor amendment filed that by Senator Merman, that Senator Hughes will be utilizing that placement to discuss her ideas for amending the too young to suspend provision. Next up, I believe, is a measure by Senator Vargas to address FAFSA as a graduation requirement. Next, a measure from Senator Erdman to require In God We Trust be placed in all schools. And then lastly, if I understand, an amendment by Senator Blood to adopt a teacher compact. Did I get that close to right? Like maybe get a nod, or we can sort it out later if need be. But I know everybody's tired, and I know there's a lot of moving parts here. So I just kind of wanted to telegraph my understanding of where we were in the process and how that might be helpful to organizing debate in our remaining hours together this evening. Could I just get clarification? Do I have the next motion up after this?
Senator, there's a pending priority motion of higher priority than your next priority motion.
Okay, well, with that, Mr. President, I will go ahead and I'll go ahead and remove my bracket motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
The motion is withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, for items.
In that case, Senator Conrad, you do have the next recommit motion. Senator Conrad would move to recommit Legislative Bill 705 to committee.
Senator Conrad, you're recognized to open.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm sorry about the procedural confusion there. I thought that I had the next priority motion filed, but it was just a little bit unclear. So again, colleagues, you might remember that in the wake of the rule change to try and stymie the filibuster that has befallen our proud institution this session together. There were a variety of concerns brought by myself and others that enacting that rule change in regards to how we file and utilize priority motions without public hearing in contravention of how we typically take up rule changes. Senator Hunt, Senator Kavanaugh, and myself filed a series of protective motions to organize and structure debate on key measures pending on general select and final reading at that point in time. So it is perhaps fortuitous that my motion is up on the education priority bill as a proud member of that committee. And I think that it will help us to structure the debate for the remaining hours this evening. So with that, that's just a little bit of a refresher on how the motions got filed and what is pending before you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. So I'm just waiting for something to get on the board. So yeah, I have a lot of concerns about the amendments that have been pending, and I appreciate Senator Conrad attempting to explain to us what exactly is going on. I suppose she is a member of the Education Committee. It would be nice if the Education Committee chair would explain what's going on to the body, but I guess I'll take what I can get at this point. So, motion to recommit to committee and a priority motion on motion to recommit to committee, or the last motion would be a motion to reconsider the vote just taken. So that was what the priority motion pending was on the last bill. Okay, so LB 705, I was looking at the committee statement. So I always think it's interesting, the energy out in the rotunda. Like you can tell, I kind of feel like people out in the rotunda right now that are supporting cutting Senator McKinney's bill out of the amendment, it's like they know they're doing something wrong, because every time I walk out there, none of them will look at me. And it's normally people that would chat me up. I'm like, yeah, that feels about right. You are averting your eyes. You don't want to catch my eye because you know that what you're doing is not a good thing. So that's always interesting. Another thing I noticed today all day, the energy. You know, you can feel the energy in a place. The energy in here all day felt, and this was before the amendment on 574 dropped, but the energy before that felt really smug. For some reason, I couldn't put my finger on it. And it was like for several hours, I was just like, God, everybody in here is just kind of peacocking around me. Like, yeah, we got your number, Kavanaugh, M. Kavanaugh. We got your number. We're going to take you down a few pegs. You just wait and see. We got your number. I mean, good on you. You did. You had my number. 574-626. You had them. You had all 6 of those numbers. All 6 of my numbers. You got them. You got me good. And you were really telepathing that in your attitudes today. And the attitude of many people in this body towards me has shifted dramatically as well. Like people just are afraid to come near me, which I appreciate. I've been trying to cultivate that energy for like 11 weeks now. Senator Hunt, earlier you said that this has been going on for 8 weeks. Actually, it's 11. This is week 11. Yeah, so for 11 weeks, I've been trying to cultivate the attitude, the aura of just don't come with me, don't come to me, don't talk to me. And it hadn't
1
worked
minute.
really because, I have a hard time being sort of just like cold towards people. It's not my go-to. I'm a warm person. I'm actually a hugger. I'm not going to hug any of you. Don't hug me. But I am a hugger. I love to hug. And I, of course, try very hard to ensure that I have consent. Like sometimes I will go in for a hug. I'll be like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Would you like a hug? But I am a hugger. And so my general go-to is I'm a warm person. And I'm going to give out hugs when people need hugs or want a hug. I like a good hug when I see somebody I haven't seen in a while, or even if I just saw you yesterday, I might want to give you a hug. I don't know. I'm a hugger, but I don't want to hug any of you. Well, there's a handful of you that I still would hug, but you all definitely know who you are. And
That's
you all
your time,
definitely know who
Senator.
you aren't. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to return to my remarks about Senator McKinney's Too Young to Suspend Act, which is part of this bill and prevents kids as young as 5 from being suspended or expelled from school. And this report from NPR that I was reading, I want to continue. It's about an experiment that some scientists did showing, well, I'll read his quote. What we found was exactly what we expected based on the rates at which children are expelled from preschool programs, Gilliam said. Teachers look more at Black children than the white children, and they looked specifically more at the African-American boy. This is talking about looking for misbehavior. And they did an experiment where they showed a video of a Black and white girl and a Black and white boy playing together, and asked the participants who are educators to look for troubling behavior or misbehavior. And the trick was the video had no misbehavior, but the experiment found that educators expected the Black children to misbehave more. And this is exactly what's reflected in the suspension and expulsion rates in our schools based on race. Nebraska actually has the second highest in the nation disparity between Black students and white students on race-based expulsion. And in Nebraska, we suspend and expel Black boys at 5 times the rate as every other kid. The article continues, indeed, according to recent data from the U.S. Department of Education, Black children are 3.6 times more likely to be suspended from preschool than white children. We know that in Nebraska, it's 5 times. One reason that number is so high, Gilliam suggests, is that teachers spend more time focused on their Black students expecting bad behavior. If you look for something in one place, that's the only place you can typically find it. The Yale team also asked subjects to identify the child they felt required the most attention. 42% identified the Black boy, 34% identified the white boy, while 13% and 10% identified the white and Black girls respectively. The Yale study had 2 parts, and as compelling as the eye scan results were, Gilliam's most surprising takeaway came later. He gave teachers a 1-paragraph vignette to read, describing a child disrupting a class. There's hitting, scratching, even toy throwing. The child in the vignette was randomly assigned what researchers considered a stereotypical name, Deshaun, Latoya, Jake, and Emily. And subjects were asked to rate the severity of the behavior on a scale of 1 to 5. White teachers consistently held Black students to a lower standard, rating their behavior as less severe than the same behavior of white students. Gilliam says this tracks with previous research around how many people shift standards and expectations of others based on stereotypes and implicit bias. In other words, if white teachers believe that Black boys are more likely to behave badly, they may be less surprised by that behavior and rate it less severely. Black teachers, on the other hand, did the opposite, holding the Black students to a higher standard and rating their behavior as consistently more severe than that of white students. Here's another key finding. Some teachers were also given information about the disruptive child's home life to see if it made them more empathetic. Child lives with his or her mother, his or her 8 and 6-year-old sisters, and his or her 10-month-old baby brother. Her home life is turbulent between having a father who's never been a constant figure in his or her life and a mother who struggles with depression but doesn't have the resources available to seek help. During the rare times when his or her parents are together, loud and sometimes violent disputes occur between them. In order to make ends meet, Child's mother has taken on 3 different jobs and is in a constant state of exhaustion. Child and his or her siblings are left in the care of available relatives and neighbors while their mother is at work. Guess what happened? Teachers who received this background did react more empathetically, lowering their rating of a behavior's severity, but only if the teacher and student were of the same race. As for white teachers rating Black students or Black teachers rating white students, if the race of the teacher and the child were different and the teacher received this Black background information, severity rates skyrocketed, Gilliam says, and the teachers ended up feeling that the behavioral problems were hopeless and very little could be done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about the allocation of funds in this. And so the next one, well, I looked for the biggest one. It was 62%, which is the Nebraska grant, or NOG. And so then I just went and found on the Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education, had a little info sheet overview. The Nebraska Opportunity Grant Program provides financial aid to students who are residents of Nebraska, have not earned a bachelor's, graduate or professional degree, have high financial need, and who are attending eligible Nebraska colleges and universities to earn degrees or credential. NOG is the state of Nebraska's only need-based financial aid program for post-secondary students. By the numbers, amount awarded $22,691,497 for the years 2021-2022. Recipients 13,181. Recipients by sector 43% University of Nebraska, 10% state colleges, 27% community colleges, 18% independents, 2% private career schools. Average grant, $1,721. NOG recipients by income level, 32% are below $20,000 or $20,000 or less, 27% are $20,000 to $40,000, 23.9% are $40,000 to $60,000, 15% are $60,000 plus. Funding, NOG is funded through the state general fund appropriation and lottery funds. So lottery funds, if you remember, we had this conversation about the environmental trust in the Constitution. 44.5% go to the environmental trust, 10% go to the state fair, 44.5% go to educational funds, which include things like the NOG, Nebraska Opportunity Grant, and then there's a smaller portion that goes to Gamblers Anonymous, or people with gambling problems for assistance. So that's this funding, $22,691,497 comes from lottery funds and general funds to pay for these very important programs for financial aid based on need for our state colleges. Let's see, as indicated on the chart to the left, increases in NOG funding over the past decade have come primarily from lottery funds. Student need far exceeds available funds. So it's a little hard to read, but so of that $22 million, 15.4 has come from lottery funds, 7.6 has come from general funds. And that is in 21-22. Back in 2011 to 2012, it was 8.3 came from lottery funds and 6.4 came from state general funds. So lottery funds have basically doubled, and the state general funds have gone up by about $1 million, $1.2 1.2 million. So able to help probably a lot more kids through this program of the state lottery funds. And again, I would just point out when we talk about the environmental trust and going against the Constitution to shift funds out of the environmental trust, that's the same section of the Constitution that provides that 15.4 million that goes in this NOG grant that we would not want to see this legislature rating for some other program within, another agency program. Unmet financial need. Over 13,000 students received NOG grants in 21-22, but over 15,000 students qualified. So that means 2,000 students didn't get a grant that qualified and did not receive them due to lack of NOG funds. The chart to the right illustrates the unmet financial need of Nebraska students who qualify for Pell Grants. A lack of state-sponsored financial aid is a contributing factor to this. Nebraska ranks 35th in the country for 2019-2020. The amount of state-provided need based on financial aid.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. On per student basis. So 35th in state aid. But we have this is a good program and it's been growing. And so it would be a shame if we diverted those funds for some other program. Even if we liked the other program, it would be a shame to violate the Constitution and shift those funds. So I like this program. I'll keep looking at the bill and see what other stuff jumps out at me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Day, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Going back to the issue of, excuse me, kicking kids out of preschool and kindergarten, I'm going to keep reading from this article. First, I have to find where I was. Let's see. Schools make you feel like you're a bad person because your child is making bad decisions, Marian said, noting that her son was born prematurely and shows early signs of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder or ADHD. They never really tried an intervention that shows they cared about my child. One of Marian's son's schools declined to comment. The other did not respond to requests for comment. Catherine Conklin, who runs a Chicago organization called Tuesday's Child that helps families address behavioral issues, trains teachers, and operates a preschool, said her organization has seen a steady flow of Chicago parents like Marianne coming in with reports of their preschoolers being suspended or expelled. What's new is that expulsions are taking longer since the law passed, she said. There are preschool programs that are trying to take more action steps before they get to the point where they can ask a child to leave. But by the time they get to that point, the behavior is so out of control, she said. They're taking action steps, but the decision still remains the same. In a different era, a child getting expelled from preschool might not have attracted much concern. Unlike elementary school, preschool attendance isn't mandatory. The activities of preschool, playing with toys or singing songs, might not seem as essential to the curriculum taught to older children. And in many preschools, teachers and parents might be relieved when the child who is running around or hitting his classmates is no longer at circle time. But early childhood development experts say that pushing these children out of classrooms comes at a cost. Children who are asked to leave are often those who have undiagnosed special needs or who most need help developing social and emotional skills. Many are children of color who might have been singled out because of teachers' racial biases. The most shameful part of this practice is that we're missing the opportunity to really help out a child and a family, said Myra Jones-Taylor, the Chief Policy Officer at 0 to 3, an organization that promotes early childhood well-being. You can't do that if they're not in school anymore, if you've washed your hands of them. Children who have been expelled may also struggle in their next school. Sinclair said her son, Makari, has abandonment issues that have been exacerbated by being told without warning that he'd have to change schools. It takes him a while to trust somebody, she said. In Erie, Colorado, April Tardy said her son, Zachary, 5, was traumatized when he was pushed out of a preschool near his home for shoving and tackling other children. Tardy said she told the school about her efforts to treat Zachary's sensory processing disorder. But a week before Zachary was scheduled to start occupational therapy, she got the word that he was out. Now, months later, attending a small summer camp, he is terrified of getting into trouble again, she said. He says, "I'm a bad kid." Colorado recently passed a law restricting expulsions for young children, but it doesn't go into effect until next summer. With the passage of new state and local laws, it's possible that the rate of preschool suspension and expulsion has begun to fall. But changes to federal data collection since President Donald Trump came into office make it difficult to know. The National Survey of Children's Health, a federal study, last asked parents about preschool discipline in 2016, but
One
no
minute.
longer, thank you, Mr. President, but no longer includes the question. A spokesman for the Administration for Children and Families, the federal agency that advocated for the question to be added, said it was dropped due to, quote, methodological concerns. Other data that could shed light on the problem from the Education Department's Office of Civil Rights has been collected from school districts, but has not been published as it was in the past under Obama, said Walter Gilliam, a Yale University professor of child psychiatry and psychology, who published the first major study on preschool expulsion in 2005. Still, Gilliam said he's optimistic about what he's seeing across the country. A handful of states, including California, Connecticut, and Ohio, have begun providing effective support to preschools, such as mental health consultants who can train teachers to work with challenging students. In Arkansas, schools are required to seek state intervention before expelling a child. In states without these resources, though, Gilliam is concerned that schools could find their way around bans to continue removing students based on anecdotes
That's
he's
your
heard from
time,
parents.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Day. Senator McKinney, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to continue talking about why you shouldn't suspend kids from pre-K to second grade. Suspending young children in pre-kindergarten through second grade can have detrimental effects on their development and well-being. While disciplining children for inappropriate behavior is important, using suspension as a punishment can lead to negative outcomes for children that are difficult to undo. Let's discuss the various ways that suspending young children can have negative impacts on their education, mental health, and overall growth and development. First and foremost, suspending young children from school can negatively impact their education. When a child is suspended, they are removed from the classroom and thus missing out on valuable learning opportunities. Young children in pre-kindergarten through second grade are still developing essential cognitive, social, and emotional skills that are necessary for their success in school and beyond. When they are not in the classroom, they are missing out on important instruction that could delay their education progress. Furthermore, being removed from the classroom can create anxiety and fear in children, which can make them feel less as confident and less engaged in their learning when they do return back to school. Secondly, suspending young children can also have negative impacts on their mental health. At a young age, children are still developing their sense of self and their understanding of the world around them. When they are suspended from school, they may feel as though they have not done something wrong, which can lead to feelings of shame and guilt. Additionally, being labeled as a problem child or troublemaker can lead to a negative self-image and low self-esteem, which can have long-lasting effects on the child's mental health. Lastly, suspending young children can hinder their overall growth and development. Children in pre-kindergarten through second grade are still learning how to interact with others, how to regulate their emotions, and how to solve problems. When they are suspended from school, they are missing out on opportunities to practice these skills. Additionally, parents may struggle to find alternative care arrangements for their children when they are suspended, which can disrupt their routines and cause unnecessary stress. The effects of suspending young children in pre-K through second grade can be far-reaching and detrimental. While discipline is important, schools should consider alternative methods of punishment that do not result in missing out on valuable educational opportunities or damage to a child's mental health and development. By working together with parents and educators, we can ensure that children receive the support and guidance they need to succeed in school and beyond. And that's something to pay attention to and to point out. I know a lot of people will say, oh, but what if the kid is acting out? The bill doesn't say we can't take kids out of the classroom setting. It's just saying you can't suspend them. And it is 2023. If we cannot modernize our practices around kids' behaviors in schools, then what are we doing? There's so many things we could do and use as alternatives to sending a kid home and labeling them as a bad kid. Some kids just need a timeout. I know it was times I was suspended from school that I probably just needed to sit in time out for a little bit and just refresh and decompress. Especially kids that are dealing with issues that are not necessarily within the schools. You have schools in areas of high poverty. A lot of these kids aren't acting out just to act out. They maybe didn't get some sleep last night. They might be dealing with having, dirty clothes and not feeling comfortable. They might just be tired, honestly. Might not had the best meal at night. Trouble at home, violence in the community. There's a bunch of factors that we have to consider, and just opting out to say, let's suspend kids is not the best decision we can make as policymakers or leaders in this community, because that just leads to the school to prison pipeline and the fallback of, oh, we don't want to deal with the problem, just suspend them. And then when they become adults, just lock them up, because we are in the business of building prisons and detention centers in the state of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kinney. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I echo a lot of the sentiments that Senator McKinney just shared. We have an issue where we have children living in crisis situations, and we're not working to address and solve those. We are allowing ourselves to be distracted by divisive policy and hyperbolic rhetoric instead of addressing the essential needs and crises that exist for many children in Nebraska. Now, not all kids that get in trouble in school get in trouble because they are surrounded by violence or are in poverty. But there is a significant number of children who go home to not sure where their home is, who don't have access to clean clothes, don't have access to a shower, don't have food. Not having food can be very disruptive. People use that term hangry, hungry, angry. And kids can get hangry. And when they are hungry, they can be extremely disruptive. We haven't done anything with school meals this session. We've seen other states make that a priority issue. We had several opportunities through 3 different bills this year to do something around school meals, and it doesn't appear to be happening. And I don't hear the schools advocating for feeding kids, but I do hear them out in the rotunda advocating for us to allow them to suspend preschoolers. We've got some really misguided, misplaced priorities. And I think it's unfortunate that there are attempts to undo the work of Senator McKinney with LB 705 at this stage in the game, but here we are. And those attempts are going to cause repercussions for other things that are pending on LB 705. But here we are. And we're in a time crunch because we have continually decided that legislating hate against a targeted minority population of children and committing a civil rights and a human rights violation is more important than addressing the problems that children in our state are actually facing, like working on the kill floor of a slaughterhouse overnight. So here we are. This is a sad place to be, where we are, a place where we have joined the chaos of the national rhetoric and no longer hold ourselves to that standard that we always have held ourselves to being a thoughtful and deliberative body. It's hard to have a front row seat to this undoing of our own democracy. It's hard to stand in this chamber and watch
1 minute.
so many of my colleagues just not care. That's probably an unkind thing for me to say, that I think that you don't care, but I do think that you don't care. I do feel like so many of you do not care about our democracy any longer. That's a horrible feeling to have, but it's how I feel. And I feel that way because of how you behave, how you conduct yourselves, how you engage in this work, or how you don't engage, how you follow, or how you just disappear because it's a late night and you don't think you need to be here, that this work is beneath you, that putting the time in isn't a worthy endeavor. There's several people missing right now. I'll talk about that later. I
That's
think
your
I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'll just keep going on what I was talking about, which was reading the committee statement and kind of just looking up all the different places all the money's going. So I talked about the Nebraska Opportunity Grant Fund, or NOG. Talked about the Community College Gap Assistance Fund program. So that's the NOG is 62%. Community College Gap Assistance Program is 9% of the funds. There's the Innovation Grant Fund, which I thought there was some description on here. Let's see. Distance education. No, that's not it. Well, I was looking for it. I couldn't find it, but okay. So then you get down to this next part, and there's the College Pathway Program and the College Pathway Program Cash Fund are created to serve low-income and underrepresented students by providing grants to service providers who help qualified applicants in a variety of services, such as completing applications for college, completing the FAFSA, choosing the correct coursework, and pursuing a particular field of study. Distance education initiatives, this is another initiative separate, shall be funded through 2023-2024 for the Nebraska Education Improvement Fund. So that's more of the fund that we were talking about up above. So all those grants at the top that I talked about, the Expanded Learning Opportunity Grant Fund, the Innovation Grant Fund, the Community College Gap Assistance Fund, the Excellence in Teaching Cash Fund, the Nebraska Opportunity Grant Fund, and the Distance Education Initiative, all funded through the Nebraska Education Improvement Fund. So the distance education is 3% of that fund. And that fund, so the Distance Education Initiative shall be funded through 2023-2024 from the Nebraska Education Improvement Fund. Such initiatives shall be funded from 2024 to 2029 from transfers pursuant to Section 1 of this Act, lottery revenue allocations. So we talked about lottery revenue earlier. Again, in the Constitution, 44.5% of the revenue from the state lottery goes to education services. So things like this Distance Education Initiative. And then there's the Career Readiness Dual Credit Education Grant is established and shall be administered by the Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education. Grants shall be provided to teachers enrolling in education pathways leading to qualification to teach dual credit courses and career aid technology education courses. So just point out, as an aside, the Coordinating Commission on Post-Secondary Education is where I've been getting most of my information. I just sort of Googled originally. I'm familiar with their work before, but haven't gone to their website before. So they have this great website, and it is Nebraska Coordinating Commission for Post-Secondary Education, ccpe.org. .nebraska.gov, and they have this great section called Fact Sheets that has a whole bunch of, believe it or not, fact sheets on things like NOG, Nebraska Opportunity Grants, and Community College Grant Assistance Program. They have access to college early ACE scholarship program, Adult Learners in Nebraska. So they have a bunch of these. That's on the reports and data fact sheets section. But they also have this financial aid section, which is where I found, well, there's about financial aid, but about the Nebraska Opportunity Grant, where I found their description of that, and the Community College Gap Assistance Program. But they also have about financial aid, access to college early scholarship program. Again, that fact sheet I just talked about. So that's another tool to find some of this information that we're talking about here. And then they have a thing called dashboards, which is got some dashboards on college continuation rate, degrees and other awards by CIP code. And then you have enrollment, and then of course FAFSA completion. So they have a lot of—
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. A lot of information that is useful if you want to look it up yourself. I'm talking to folks at home or anybody in here, but I'm somebody, like I said at the beginning, not on the education committee. So I'm just going through this, and any of the things that kind of jump out at me, I'm Googling or trying to find more information on, so I can have a better understanding of what the particular program is that we are spending 62% of our lottery funds on, and understand what we're going to vote on whenever we get to the vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Day, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Further discussing the issue of suspension and expulsion of young students. And I'll come back to the idea that I think that solutions like this are often based in antiquated ideas that we have about discipline and children, and a lack of understanding of development of the child. And sometimes I feel like lawmakers in this body will often perpetuate those antiquated ideas about children and discipline and what is the appropriate way to handle those situations. And I came across, again, some really great information. This is from EdSource. Old school discipline doesn't work anymore, and it shouldn't. When I went to school, corporal punishment was still a thing. California banned it in 1986. Did we miss it, really? No, we didn't. Last September, new discipline guidelines for California schools were announced that limited suspensions. Did we miss the old policy, really? No, we didn't. This week, I decided to look back at what EdSource wrote about the changes 6 months ago, and I reread the letters in response. Oh my. They were furiously apocalyptic. I will quote only one mild one. This is absolutely absurd. No discipline, no accountability. Were these letter writers right? Have we gotten rid of discipline or accountability? Have things gotten worse in our schools since the policy changed? Not really. I can only see the view from where I teach in Los Angeles, in a Los Angeles public high school, but I think things have improved. Sure, there are still some difficult students who would be much better off in a non-public school, and there have been a few fights, but the police are gone and there are barely any suspensions. The mood of the school seems positive. The reforms have worked. The culture of discipline and punishment we have lived with offers a choice that every school makes, just as cities like Los Angeles have had to decide whether to make sweeping criminal justice reforms. Schools that buck the trend and continue to dole out punishment for minor infractions end up producing the very thing they wanted to attack, more bad behavior. The happiest schools are those where they know when to turn a blind eye. This is why I believe the absolute worst job in education today is being responsible for discipline. There are ways to do this job without being overzealous, without resorting to harassing students or teachers, but this job changes people for the worse. After a time, when every nail they see needs to be hammered, they become consumed by it. I see this in other administrators and teachers too. What would I prefer to see? I believe that schools need to apply least restrictive environment, a concept important in special education, which I teach, to school discipline. I know many teachers who would be very uncomfortable adopting this approach, but if least restrictive environment is central to the mental health of special ed students who are generally our most challenged, why can it not be applied to all students? This approach should be formalized in state law and discussed in district-sponsored workshops and professional development sessions. When State Senator Anthony Portantino wants to require mental health training for teachers and staff, he is addressing the problem from the wrong end. It serves no point to drum into teachers that the pandemic has led to student depression and disaffection because teachers know this already. The individualized solution, spotting the distressed student and making referrals to our new wellness specialists and psychiatric social workers, doesn't address what's wrong at school. A better goal would be to identify and implement the least restrictive environment approach at a whole school level and allow students to indulge in their natural urge to laugh and have fun. Lunchtime music and events in the central quad of my school are but one example. Why else would we do this? First, the relationship between teachers and students has changed over the years, just as society has changed, and we need to accept this, not fight against it, nor blame parents. Authoritarian and hierarchical teaching styles and discipline simply don't work anymore. I'm always surprised when conservatives insist that they do. They should visit a classroom. Respect and civility still matter, but teachers and students need to earn it from each other by working collaboratively on shared goals.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I've been listening to the conversation a little bit with regard to suspending students, and it got me thinking about some of the instances that I've seen working with youth who have been suspended. And I just want to rise to continue that conversation. You know, one thing that I think we should all be working towards as a legislature, and I'm pretty sure we all agree about this, is reducing recidivism and reducing the amount of youth who find themselves involved in both the juvenile justice system and then subsequently the adult criminal system. You know, one thing we know is that being involved in the juvenile justice system is problematic for our society as a whole, and it absolutely increases recidivism. But I wanted to go and do a little bit more research with regards to how suspension affects that. Senator McKinney, Senator Day, and a number of others have talked at great length about the issues with suspending students and how that can oftentimes add to the school to prison pipeline. But in a very quick Google search, was able to find academic studies that actually back that up. And the reason I say that is oftentimes in this body, we hear about needing numbers, needing data. And I just want to emphasize to my colleagues that when we talk about the punishment that we are doling out to students, we are absolutely talking about a very small facet of a larger picture that contributes to this school to prison pipeline in the juvenile justice system. And so I found this article from the 2018 Youth and Society Academic Journal. So this is a peer-reviewed study, I believe. It's an academic study. And I just wanted to take a little bit of time to read that into the record here. So please listen a little bit to some of these comments. And I'll start with the abstract for that article. A third of U.S. students are suspended over a K through 12 school career. Suspended youth have worse adult outcomes than non-suspended students, but these outcomes could be due to selection bias. That is, suspended youth may have had worse outcomes even without suspension. This study compares the educational and criminal justice outcomes of 480 youth suspended for the first time with those of 1,193 matched non-suspended youth from a nationally representative sample. Prior to suspension, the suspended and non-suspended youth did not differ on 60 pre-suspension variables, including students' self-reported delinquency and risk behaviors, parents' reports of socioeconomic status, and administrators' reports of school disciplinary policies. To put that in a non-journal language, what that means is they're attempting to kind of compare students who prior to suspension were on the same plane. Right? So they looked at 60 different variables to determine whether or not these students had similar backgrounds, similar histories, and similar involvement with the juvenile justice system. And so the students they're looking at did not differ in those pre-suspension variables. The abstract goes on to say that 12 years after suspension, which ranges between ages 25 and 32, suspended youth were less likely than matched non-suspended youth to have earned a bachelor's degree or a high school diploma, and they were more likely to have been arrested and on probation, suggesting that suspension rather than selection bias explains negative outcomes. So to put that again a little bit more simply, what the studies they've looked at 12 years after suspension over a very large subject sample shows is that there was a much higher likelihood that these youth did not earn a degree, either a bachelor's degree or a high school degree, and a much higher likelihood that in fact they were arrested and on probation. So adding to that recidivism.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so again, the connection there is the suspension likely had some form of a causal effect on what happened later, given the fact there were 60 pre-suspension variables between the students that were compared. And the main thing that deviated them from one population to another was the suspension. I think it's clear from that, I'm going to read more of this as I get another chance on the mic, most likely. It's clear the suspension had some effect on that. And colleagues, we don't need to dig too deep into that to know that that's true. When you are taken out of the classroom, when you fall behind, when you're not given the same kind of opportunities that other students are given, your success is going to be diminished. And we need to be making sure that every student has the opportunity not just to stay in the classroom, but to succeed moving forward. And when you take students out of the classroom, especially at a young age, you have a negative impact on their ability to succeed and a negative impact on their ability. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I got to get to my right tab. I'm reading the news. I've said this many times. I'm reading the news about what we did today. And 90% of the time, I literally have no idea what's going on and I don't get it. I'm confused about the bill until I read the news. And then it snaps into focus and it's like, oh, that's what that meant. That makes sense. So reading the news about us as we continue to debate bills here, probably until about midnight. You know, before we convened this session, this is my third session with a new cohort, because when I came in, I was the new one, and then 2 years later and 2 years later. And we lost a lot of old timers, and I really wanted to have a chance to meet everybody and get to know people personally. And I was able to sit down and have coffee in my district or your district with almost all of you, but some of you I didn't get to. And we made a promise to do it once we start session and once we get going. And there are still some of you who I haven't had the chance to do that. And we're just not going to have the chance, because before you could get to know me, you made the decision to discriminate against my family. And so we no longer have a bridge that we're going to be able to have to connect us. But one thing that stands out in my mind most of all is I met with Speaker Arch, and I told him, you deserve to be speaker. I'm happy for you. I'm excited. I think you're the right one for the job. And I was really impressed that he told me he wanted to keep the session to kitchen table issues, to voter ID, to the things that we had to do this session, and potentially even end early. I think a lot of people heard that rumor that we might not even go the full 90 days if we can get the people's work done, and that he didn't want this session, his first session as speaker, to be about contentious issues, to be dominated by culture war issues and really, really controversial things. And I think that when we were talking, we understood that to be the abortion ban. And that we've now put behind us. The abortion ban had its day and it's now behind us. But really the thing that's taken up all the oxygen this session is the ban on trans health care, which is now also an abortion bill, potentially, with this amendment that was introduced by Senator Hansen. And what can you say? It's politics, right? Even in the Nebraska Legislature, you think you know somebody, and they turn out to be a political, opportunistic, politically selfish person, just like you see in DC, just like you see on TV in a movie or something. That no matter how much we can know each other, no matter how much we can personally care for each other and invest in each other personally and spend time together, at the end of the day, all of you would throw one of your own on the railroad tracks if it would hurt gay people. And that, has become evident, similar conversations with Senator Dover, Senator Jacobson. And at the end of the day, when I need to see how you vote, that's made evident every single time. In this NPR article about biases and empathy for racial biases that cause Black boys in Nebraska to be expelled and suspended at 5 times the rate of other kids. And this is what Senator Merman is trying to take out of this bill with his amendment. It sounds like there's maybe another amendment that's going to change that. I'm happy to be corrected on the record. Sounds like Senator Hughes maybe has an amendment that says this isn't going to apply to smaller schools. I'm not sure why that would be. And she is welcome, of course, to speak to that, but won't. But what this article says is if implicit bias can play a role on our preschool reading rugs and our classroom's cozy corners, it no doubt haunts every corner of our society. Biases are natural, but they must also be reckoned with. The good news is, if there's such a thing from work as this, is that Gilliam and his team were ethically obligated to follow up with all of them to come clean about the deception. Gilliam even gave them an out, letting them withdraw their data, for many of them the lasting proof of their bias. Only one chose to do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Conrad, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I wanted to add a little bit of additional information into the dialogue this evening, and for the record, I had a chance to touch base with some educational leaders who are here in the rotunda, providing additional information to complement our debate, to challenge some of the ideas that they've heard in the course of debate thus far. And I do want to make clear my understanding of how many in education deal with these very challenging student discipline issues for our youngest students. And to be clear, I think that we probably have a sincere and respectful yet fundamental disagreement about the measure that Senator McKinney brought forward, that the Education Committee adopted and moved forward in this body, gave an affirmative vote to on general file. I do think that our teachers, our school counselors, our support professionals, our principals, all of the dedicated and loving people who have a passion for education and who are called to that vocation. I don't think I'm suggesting, nor anyone suggesting, that the first reflexive action in regards to intense student behaviors that may at some point trigger a suspension or an expulsion. I don't mean to suggest that the reflexive response to those intense student behaviors for our youngest students is automatically suspension and expulsion in every case. I think just wanted to make sure the record was clear in that regard. But I do think that we have again, respectful yet fundamental disagreement about how to address these situations when our youngest students would be subject to the most severe forms of student discipline, which of course triggers due process rights and a host of other legal issues. But I just simply believe that our youngest students, we're talking about preschoolers, kindergartnens, they shouldn't be suspended and expelled from school. That's where I come down on it, having talked to a lot of different stakeholders in this debate, but it's not meant to in any way suggest that it's a reflexive punishment. It's not in any way meant to cast any dispersions upon the hard work and the talent that fill our school buildings, whether it's front lines in front of a classroom for those teachers, whether it's paras, whether it's school counselors or school leadership. And I just want to be very clear about that issue. But what we do know is that even though we can have very similar goals in terms of educational equity, academic success, how that fits into our overall vision for our state, we still also do have different roles, different agendas, and checks and balances between the school boards, between the state legislature, the state board, the executive, et cetera. And so when this issue of setting a consistent statewide policy is brought forward. Thank you, Mr. President. I do think that Senator McKinney and the Education Committee got it right. And if it's good policy for our largest school district in the state, it's good policy for all school districts in the state when it comes to the utilization of the most extreme forms of punishment, student discipline, forced suspension, and expulsion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator Conrad. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak, and this is your last time on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Hunt, you reading up on the news of what happened here today led me to read up on the news of what happened here today. And so thank you for that. I otherwise might have missed that Senator Deb Fischer, U.S. Senator Deb Fischer, is doing something around the Huawei technology as well. She said Monday she's co-sponsoring legislation that would allocate $3.08 billion of unobligated COVID-19 relief funds to rip and replace Chinese-made communications technology that is located near critical U.S. military assets, including Offutt Air Force Base and nuclear missile silos in Nebraska. So she's taking a different approach than we are taking, which is to fund getting rid of the very problematic Huawei technology and to incentivize it happening quickly. So I guess we'll see which method works. It's kind of strange. It's like we're punishing and she's giving, we're taking money away and she's giving money. Anywho, that's what I saw on there. I was talking about before, on my last time on the mic, about the economic factors playing into pretty much educational success. And a lot of the kids that are dealing with a difficult time at school have things happening in their home life as well. And we have spent a great deal of time in this session not addressing those things. We have gone above and beyond in all of our efforts to do anything other than address the critical needs of children in Nebraska. We have ensured that we are not giving them access to better health care. We have ensured that we are not giving them access to more food. We have done nothing to help stabilize their home life or economic situation. We are batting 1,000 on doing nothing for children who are experiencing economic crisis, and that economic crisis is translating into poor behavior in the classroom because they have a very unstable life. We could be doing a lot of things, starting with TANF and putting direct cash assistance into the hands of those families. We could be doing more around rental assistance to ensure that these families are not getting evicted from their homes. We could be doing more to ensure good paying jobs for adults, not slaughterhouse floor overnight for children. We could be protecting children from having jobs on the slaughterhouse floor overnight. Like everything about that situation is just bad. Children on the slaughter floor, children working at night on the slaughter floor, children working overnight on the slaughter floor. I bet those kids are really excelling academically when they show up to school. If they show up to school, if anybody's even paying attention to where those kids are. So we could be doing TANF, we could be, looking into labor issues that we clearly know about, that the whole country now knows about. We could be increasing SNAP eligibility.
1 minute.
We could reinstate those childcare tax credits that we allowed to lapse last year that really help the childcare workforce. It gives them a tax credit, the workers a tax credit. We could expand income eligibility for childcare subsidies. We could expand childcare subsidies, the reimbursement rate. We could do enrollment versus attendance to help stabilize the childcare industry. Gosh, I don't think I can go through all the things we could be doing in a minute that we're not doing. But instead, we remained singularly focused on taking away people's rights, doing nothing about the economy, but taking away people's rights, taking away parents' rights in medical decision-making. That's what we are deciding
That's your
to
time,
do.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was just figured I'd go through some of the other bills that are in here that we haven't been talking about. We spent a lot of time on, I just discovered it in here. It is motion to include LB 632 as amended AM 1208 as part of AM 1468. And that is, this is LB 632 is would prohibit schools from suspending students pre-K through second grade. So that's the bill we've been talking about a lot, but there are a whole bunch of other bills in here that just reading through, taking the opportunity, and going back to, let's see, where's the first one? LB 520 would change provisions relating to high school graduation requirements and academic content standards and the Computer and Science Technology Act. So I assume something to do with computer science technology requirements. And then there's LB 603 that has would incentivize the recruitment of public school teachers by allowing persons who possess a bachelor's degree and have been certified to teach through alternative organizations to become certified to teach in Nebraska after participating in school district clinical experience for 1 semester in such individuals' first semester of employment. So looks like an opportunity for individuals who already have a bachelor's degree and maybe some other certificate to fast track getting into being able to be a teacher in Nebraska, which maybe would be in the interest of decreasing teacher shortages. We had one that was, let's see. Oh, this is an interesting one. Yeah. LB 414 would provide standards and practices for public schools, option enrollment program in which to ensure that children with special needs are not disqualified due to their special needs. AM 689 offers clarifying language to address standards by which a school district may determine the manner in which they manage option students' application. Actually, I remember Senator Linehan talking about this one. I think it was Senator Linehan talked about this one. Maybe I'm looking to see whose bill it is. Testifiers. 414, oh, it's Senator Conrad's bill. I guess option enrollment makes me think of Senator Linehan, but let's see. And then, LB 516 appropriates $870,000 to the general fund for fiscal year to carry out School Safety and Security Reporting Act in order to continue serving Nebraska's citizens via Safe to Help Nebraska hotline. I do remember discussing that one on general file. There was one I was trying to find, but there's one about allowing students who are homeschooled to participate in after-school activities in the public school in which they are in, and that was one that stuck out at me because it was one of the few ones that had a dissenting vote from the committee, because most of these came out 8-0, and then it had an additional allowance for kids to take up to 5 hours of credits. So I thought that was interesting, that we needed to pass a bill to allow kids who would otherwise go to the school to go to the school for credit when they're deciding not to go there. But these are questions I don't really fully understand because I'm not on the committee, and the committee statement just does help give some instruction as to what we're talking about, but does, without further context, makes it a little bit difficult. And I do appreciate, I know folks talked about some of these on the first round of debate, but as long as we're talking here, I thought we'd talk about them a little bit more. But I'll try and find that part that I was looking at, and maybe I'll push my button and get back on if we have some more time. I know we're getting late in the evening. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Day, you're recognized, and this is to speak, and this is your third time on the recommit.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. So related to the things that we've been discussing tonight about suspensions and expulsions of young children, for me, one of the reasons that I ran for office and education was one of the things that I spent so much time focusing on, and I wanted to be on the education committee, was because I genuinely believe that education desperately needs some reforms. And our kids spend so many hours a day at school that our schools are one of the best ways that we can start to work on providing a safety net so that kids can be more successful in their lives. And I think one of the most important things that we tend to lose in the conversation about education and discipline is that it is the job of the education system to treat every single child like they are a whole entire human being, and understanding what that means from the perspective of that child has a whole life outside of that school that affects everything about them. I remember a few years ago, I used to meditate regularly, which is not a practice that I do anymore, but I probably should, considering this job. But one of the topics of one of the meditations that I was doing was a concept called Sonder. And Sonder is basically the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. And that was such a simple way of explaining walking in somebody else's shoes that for me, I think about that all the time. I use that when I think about my kids, when I'm angry at them for something that they're doing or they're not doing. These are individual people with their own thoughts, their own dreams, their own friends, their own likes, their own dislikes, their own goals. And I believe that it's imperative on our education system to recognize that. And that would include policies that relate to discipline. When we don't treat students from a holistic perspective, we make really critical mistakes in exacerbating the problems that we're trying to address. And I remember seeing the intersection of this concept with education. I went to a luncheon, I think it was last year, maybe the year before, for the Nebraska Children and Families Foundation. And the keynote speaker was Liz Dozier. And she is the founder and CEO of a group called Chicago Beyond. And she was a previous principal in Chicago Public Schools at a high school called Fenger. And she basically took this school that had all of these struggling students and one of the highest dropout rates in the area to this very successful place where kids were being treated as whole entire human beings. She took the dropout rate from 19% to 2% by treating kids like they were whole entire human beings.
1 minute.
And addressing some of the root causes of the problems, the behavior problems that they were having in school. I remember she brought in washers and dryers into the school and allowed kids to wash their clothes, because some kids would show up at school in dirty, smelly clothes. And as adults, we often don't understand the impact that that has on a child's life, and how something simple like having clean clothes to wear at school will completely change the trajectory of a child's life. Chicago Beyond is the group, and I would like to talk more about this, but if you're watching, please look her up. She's incredible. Liz Dozier, Fenger High School was the school that she was at, and I will talk more about that later. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise again. I was going to continue my conversation with regards to this study that I'd found that links in a causal way suspension and future involvement in the criminal justice system. But before I do that, I was listening to my colleagues also speak about some of the things that are contained in this bill, and it kind of triggered in me some thoughts about what's not contained in this bill. And obviously, you know, these Christmas trees or these packages that we see come up here have a number of things that weren't able to get fit in. But one of the things that I think we've talked about before that is crucial for us to discuss when we talk about education is the way that truancy is currently talked about in our juvenile justice system. And I know I've talked about this on the mic previously, and people who watch on a regular basis might think I'm repeating myself, but I think it does bear repeating here tonight that we have a problem in Nebraska with the way that our truancy system is currently being operated and the way that juveniles are currently being taken into the juvenile justice system for truancy. And so I want to take a moment to talk about that. I know that I think at least one of my colleagues is doing an interim study this year to look at the truancy system that I've signed on to, because I think it's crucial that we assess how this process works. Currently, if you are a juvenile who misses 20 days of school, then you are referred to the county attorney's office, and that county attorney can file juvenile charges against you for being truant. And by you, I mean the kid, not the parent. And the way the law is written, it does not matter if your parent calls you in and says that you are to be excused that day. They will have documentation saying that you've been excused. That still counts as a day towards your 20 days of truancy. So parents watching at home, if your kid gets strep throat or the flu or something and you don't have the means to go to the doctor and actually get a doctor's note, because that's what you need is a doctor's note, and you just call in and say, you know, little Johnny can't come to school today, that is a day that counts towards the 20 days for truancy. And when you hit 5 days, at least in Lancaster County or in Lincoln, when you hit 5 days, you get a letter. And then 10 days, you get a letter. And then I think 15 days, you get a letter. And then at 20 days, you're referred. Now, where this comes into to be a real problem is when you are a family that has a lot of circumstances going on where maybe that kid has to wake up at 4 a.m. to take 3 buses to school because they have to make sure that their siblings get to another school. Or let's say you have a child who has chronic medical issues and you can't afford to have that kid go to the doctor every single time that medical issue flares up to get a doctor's note. But you know what it is because you're a parent, you're that kid's mom, you're that kid's dad, and you know exactly what's wrong with them. So you call in and say, yet again, little Johnny can't make it to school today. That goes towards their days of truancy. And when they hit 20 days of truancy, they are referred and can and usually are charged or filed under the truancy laws. Now, where that becomes an issue is there's not really a defense to why that happened. And so what you end up with a lot of times are juveniles who plead essentially guilty. They admit, it's not guilty in juvenile court, but that's a whole other conversation. They admit to being truant. And upon admitting to being truant, they are then placed on juvenile probation. Once they're placed on juvenile probation, there are a number of rules and things they have to follow, such as, but not limited to, a curfew, not missing school, and maybe following through with some of the things that other kids are not expected to do.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if that juvenile violates a small portion of their probation, they can have that probation revoked. And then once that probation is revoked, the probation is maybe reworked. And ultimately what you end up with is a juvenile who's under the microscope, who for doing things that I'm guessing a lot of people in this body did. Kids in this body skipped school, right? People who were kids in this body might have done things that were against the rules, but for doing those things, you then have your probation revoked. And I am not kidding, colleagues. I have seen people taken out of their homes for those things. And it snowballs and it compounds. And it exponentially becomes more and more problematic on itself. And so we need to, as a body, address this issue. We need to take a hard look at our truancy laws here in Nebraska and make sure that we are, yes, giving kids the help and support they need if they are actually struggling because they're choosing not to go to school. But if kids have chronic medical issues, if they have serious mental health issues, we should be supporting them and not placing them in punishment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak. This is your last time on the recommit.
Thank you, Mr. President. Preschool and kindergarten classrooms are where children first develop a love for education and learn foundational academic and social skills. Unfortunately, as we've seen academic expectations push social learning and play aside, schools have increasingly relied on punitive disciplinary action to address behavioral issues instead of modeling problem-solving processes for students and teaching them desired social behaviors. This means that children are losing valuable time in the learning environment and are being alienated from their peers. The students who would be affected by Senator McKinney's bill, which is amended into LB 705 to prevent kids from being expelled or suspended, are around 5 years old. At this very young age, children have not yet had the chance to develop a sense of morality, so their misbehavior is not really about being bad. It's about not understanding social norms and how they're supposed to behave. Oftentimes in these cases, students are simply expressing a need for help in the very limited ways that they know how. I was at this talk that Senator Day was talking about, where the school principal talked about how the most transformative thing she did in her school was just get a washer dryer for the school. And that was such a light bulb moment for me, because I grew up with a washer and dryer in my house. I grew up in a home with a stay-at-home mom who ran that washer and dryer every single day and folded the clothes and put them on my bed for me folded so that I had clean clothes every day to wear, so that my favorite clothes would be ready for me to wear on the most important days. And I grew up having no idea that there were some kids who didn't have that same resource and opportunity, and just a principal making that available to their kids, it probably did more for academic achievement. And she talked about this, how much just kids knowing that their clothes were going to be clean did so much for their academic achievement that, spending all kinds of money on all kinds of programs hadn't been able to solve. And we should be using these moments and these experiences as opportunities to recognize gaps in our social knowledge and figure out how we're going to teach our kids better and not just punish them. And instead, we're pulling them out of class. We're giving them huge disadvantages. We're introducing bills to allow adults to hit them. These young students don't always understand what they're being punished for. And they're not learning anything from being suspended or expelled and excluded from class, except that they don't belong in that classroom, that they don't belong among their fellow students, that they aren't able to learn like other kids. And this is a message that is so detrimental to the emotional and intellectual development of young kids. This is older data, but in the 2017-18 school year in Nebraska, About 34,000 elementary students were suspended. 34,000, with disabled students and students of color disproportionately experiencing the negative impacts of this reality. According to a state-by-state study conducted by the Department of Education, students with disabilities in Nebraska are 2.5 times more likely to be suspended, and Black students are 5 times more likely to be suspended than their white peers.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. This puts Nebraska second highest in the nation in terms of disparity in suspensions of students by race. I want to make this clear. Expulsion and suspension of kids doesn't correct their behavior, and it doesn't improve their academic performance. Research actually shows the contrary, that exclusionary disciplinary practices increase the likelihood that students will continue to misbehave, that they'll misbehave in the future, that they're more likely to become truant, to fail to graduate, to develop substance abuse issues, to encounter the juvenile justice system, to struggle to find a job in adulthood. That means that uplifting and empowering historically disadvantaged populations, that punishment-driven policies are stifling their academic achievement and setting them on an unfavorable trajectory. It's putting them right on the school-to-prison pipeline. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator
Was that
Hunt.
my third opportunity? Thank you.
Senator Merman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make it clear about exactly what happened in the Education Committee with Senator McKinney's bill. The original bill that Senator McKinney brought, LB 632, would disallow suspensions for students pre-K through second grade in schools of the metropolitan, in a metropolitan class city. So it would only affect OPS. Well, the committee actually, all of the committee thought that was such a great bill that the committee voted 8-0 to expand that bill to affect all the schools in the state. Well, after that happened, we did get some resistance from some schools in greater Nebraska, because they don't have the funding or the personnel to address the students that and those high need students in the way they would really like to. So the amendment that was brought to Senator Hughes and myself was to allow suspension, extremely short suspensions, like one-day suspensions, only under certain extreme circumstances. And the intent of that amendment was so that the school district could actually work with whoever was at home, whatever the home was for those students, which would be a parent or parents or guardian, and determine what was the best supports that the student needs to keep them in school. So it actually had a mandate for the school to work with the parent or parents or guardian to determine what is best for the student to keep them in school. So we thought that was a great thing, so we brought that amendment. Well, the amendment did have unintended results that we didn't realize at the time that affected Senator McKinney's bill. So we have brought amendments to the E&R amendment to correct that and to make the bill again only, to take out the exceptions for very temporary suspension and working with the families, to take that out and to make the bill only effective for Class 4 and Class 5 schools, as the original intent of Senator McKinney's bill was. So I just want to make that clear that the committee totally agrees that suspensions of pre-K through second graders is not a good thing, and it is actually a good thing for the schools and the caregivers, the families of the students to work together to determine what is best for the student. And I think I can speak for everyone on the committee that we agree with that 100%, and that was our intent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Merman. Senator Walls, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, everybody. We've heard a lot of colleagues stand up and talk about how students are not learning anything from being expelled or excluded from class, and I agree. I've heard Senator Hunt, Senator Day, Senator Kavanaugh. I know Senator Linehan would say the same thing, Senator McKinney. A lot of people have said they're not learning anything from being expelled. And again, I agree with that. And I believe the conversation that we should be having is the conversation about what happens prior to any decision being made regarding expulsion. Most kids are not being bad just because they want to be bad. Most kids are, especially that age, experiencing some type of trauma or are in a crisis situation. So for me, the conversation that we're having tonight really should be about how do we address that? Whether you suspend a student or not, the most important piece is missing, and it's the plan moving forward, and what steps should be taken to prevent that behavior from happening again in the classroom, whether it was warranted or not. There should be a plan in place, and that plan should be created by parents, by the student, by the educators, by counselors, because without a plan, you're setting a child up to repeat the behavior because they don't have the tools that they need to change. They don't have the tools that they need to figure out how they deal with the trauma or who they can talk to before they have a blow up. Taking a child out of the classroom and sending them to a cool down place or the principal's office should not and is not the silver bullet answer. Because if we think that way, chances are that student's going to return to the classroom and return to the same behavior without learning anything. So I just wanted to stand up and give my perspective on this. And I think a more productive conversation really should be a conversation about the process and creating a plan that can really change a student's life and make it more productive for them in school. So I hope that we can have a little bit of more conversation on the piece that's missing, and that is the process and the plan prior to expulsion or taking a kid out of the classroom. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Walls. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Conrad, you're welcome. You're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as a point of clarification, do I have 5 or 10 minutes for my close?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you so much. Sorry, as a seasoned veteran, you'd think I would have all of these things embedded, but Alas, it is late at night, and I appreciate the clarification so I can organize my remarks. Colleagues, good evening, and thank you for what's been, I think, very robust debate on a lot of key issues that are contained in LB 705, as was advanced from the Education Committee and was amended on general file to include a host of important educational policy components, really focused on, of course, teacher shortage and retention and recruitment strategies, and then other key aspects related to educational equity as well. You can see if you look through the lengthy committee statement that there, I think, are good ideas brought forward by members of the committee, members outside of the committee, all across the state and all across the political spectrum. And I think that's a really sound body of work that the committee has put forward under even the most challenging circumstances that we're facing together in this legislative session. And that's because we've agreed across the state and across the political spectrum that educational policy should be paramount in our state, that even though we have significant and sincere disagreements about some aspects of educational policy, there's still a lot that we can find common ground and consensus on, and we should at the very least move those forward. And I think that's the byproduct that you have in this committee package that is before you today. So I know that there are a host of additional motions and amendments filed on select file that senators are very eager to turn our time and attention to at this late hour. And as our time together concludes this evening, and then may wrap up on this measure in the morning. So with that, I would thank again the opportunity. I would thank again the committee staff who worked incredibly hard to put these measures together. I appreciate the opportunity to serve with my colleagues on the Education Committee, and as a new member of that committee, I've really learned a lot in a very short period of time about the nuances of educational policy. I don't pretend to be an expert yet, haven't quite risen to the level of Senator Linehan, but I am an enthusiastic student, and I really have enjoyed serving with her, Senator Wayne, Senator Wall, Senator Merman, Senator Breezy, Senator Albright, Senator Sanders. Please let me know if I forgot somebody, but we've had a very I think I said Senator Merman, didn't I? Okay, but double shout out to Senator Merman, our chair. And with that, I would like to take this measure to a vote and would ask for a call of the House and a roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
16 ayes, 4 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Hunt, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. There's been a request for a roll call vote. The question is the recommit to committee. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Armendariz, voting no. Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, voting no. Senator Boston, voting no. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Brandt, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting no. Senator Breezy, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, voting no. Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator Decay, voting no. Senator Dorn, voting no. Senator Dover, voting no. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Holleran, voting no. Senator Hansen, Senator Hardin, voting no. Senator Holcroft, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hunt, not voting. Senator Ibach, voting no. Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Kauth, voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator McDonald, Senator McKinney, voting no. Senator Mosier, Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Raybold, voting no. Senator Reapy, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Slama, Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Walls, voting no. Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart, voting no. Vote is 0 ayes, 41 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to recommit.
The motion to recommit to committee fails. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh moved to reconsider the vote on MO 789.
I raise the call. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. Just gonna get back in the queue there. So I don't even know how much time we have left, or honestly, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if we go into a vote in 5 minutes or 50 minutes or going home or getting taquitos. I don't actually like taquitos, so I don't know why I said that. Just a fun word to say, taquitos. Yeah. This is our first late night. This is like after hours late night. We're in it. We thought it was late when we were going to like 8:45, 9:15 felt late, didn't it? But no. It's 11:15, 17, not 15. Be precise, Kavanaugh. It is 11:17, and it is interesting in here. It's such a pretty room. And I know we've heard some complaints, and I don't disagree. It is dark in here, and it is sometimes hard to read. And our desk lamps are bright if you, like, mine is not high enough, but they are bright if you are able to utilize them appropriately. So you can just slide something underneath your desk lamp to read, and I do that. But it has a very romantic feeling in here at night. It's just a beautiful space, and I encourage, if you're sitting in your chair, to look up at the ceiling. It's a very, very lovely space. You used to be able to smoke in the chamber, and apparently they had to do some cleaning of the ceilings because of the tobacco staining of the artwork. I've Maybe I made that up. To be honest, I don't know. I feel like somebody in here told me that my first year. And for some reason, I feel like it was Senator Chambers that told me that, and that the same woman that led the charge to get a women's senator's restroom led the charge to ban smoking in the chamber. So thank you. I can't remember her name right now. But yeah, so, oh my gosh, I'm not going to tell the story tonight because I won't do it justice because I'll leave out really important pieces of information. But the story about how the women in the legislature got a women's restroom is kind of epic. So we have behind the clerk's area, the president's desk, behind there on these doors is what's called the cloakroom. I assume because it's where you would hang your coat. And so back there is a coffee maker and iced tea, water, and hot water, and an ice machine. And it has always puzzled me why we have iced tea. Coffee I get because coffee is like a standard, but why is iced tea the second beverage? And for the longest time, I thought it was Coke. Or some kind of soda. I thought people were all drinking like Coke. There was just but only one, like you could get Coke, Coca-Cola, maybe it was diet. I don't know. I don't drink Coke. Maybe you could get Coca-Cola or you could get hot coffee. It's not any less strange to me that you can get iced tea or hot coffee. I know that the other Senator Kavanaugh drinks both to a degree that I think is unhealthy, but that's just a little sister nag there. Oh yeah, so back there is a women's restroom, and they had to utilize. I don't know if it was actually like the coat closet or what to create the women's restroom, but we do have a women's restroom right off of the chamber, just like there's a gentleman's restroom that is actually part of the senator's lounge, which is much nicer, larger space. But in the women's restroom, this is another thing that has I've always thought was very funny. There is a fainting couch. It is so uncomfortable. It's like on a just wood slab, but it has an incline, and it's not somewhere that you would want to faint, but I suppose it's better than the floor. And so there's a fainting couch, there's locker cubbies that we can put stuff in, and then 2 stalls. And the women of the legislature had to fight to make that happen. I would love to know the inside scoop on the fainting couch. It's probably made from walnut. It probably costs like $20,000 because it had to be Capital Original. Whatever that means as far as fainting couches go, I don't think that there's a lot of Capital Original fainting couches, but this particular fainting couch is extremely uncomfortable and probably made out of very expensive walnut, because we like to do things in a very impractical way in this building. Yeah. So, okay. So we're on the motion to reconsider, the vote on the amendment, the motion to reconsider, the vote on the motion to recommit to committee. It's a late night. I apologize. It's 11:23. I realize now I've only been talking for like 6 minutes maybe, so I've probably got like 4-ish minutes left. Cool. Yeah. I don't know. I got lots of things I could say, but why? Okay, so another thing in this room are the pillars. So we've got these like dark green marble pillars, sort of I don't know, what would you call that? A salmon, a mauve color? I'm not really sure what I would call the pinkish, maybe, mauve, and then cream. And I feel like there must be some symbolism in these colors, but I've never really investigated it. But there are, what? You're going to have to write it down. Now I'm looking on this side and I'm wondering if they are the same. They're not. They aren't a mirror image. Interesting. Is there some alliteration happening here? What do the colors of the pillars mean? Okay, so there's the circular pillars that are out front here, and then recessed back at the wall are pillars that are the same color. They're not actually pillars, but they're flat, which is another interesting feature. So I'm also curious about the style there. And then at the top of the pillars, I can't remember what that's called, but it's kind of like the foot or the prong or something. There's the different designs. Now, I used to give tours of the US Capitol, and I knew like you could look at the tops of pillars and they had different things. So it was like they were trying to design it to be like in the Roman architecture style, but they wanted to Americanize it. So there was wheat or corn husks at the tops of the pillars for the decoration. And so that was one of the things that I would point out. I also had a story that I would tell schools that someone told me when I was getting a tour, and so I incorporated in when I was giving tours to school groups.
1 minute.
Thank you. And I legitimately never knew if it was real or not. It seemed like it was fake. It was about the Civil War and the use of the Capitol and circus tents. And I cannot unpack that in less than a minute. So at some point in time, I will have to come back to it. Yeah, so there we go. There we go, I guess. And I'm about out of time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Day, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that Senator Walz made a really fantastic point earlier when she mentioned the most important conversation we can be happening relative to behavioral problems with students or academic problems with students is what are we doing as policymakers to keep it from happening again? What are the solutions that we're providing to help that student from ending up in that same situation at a different school or again at the same school? And I'm going to go back to talking about Liz Dozier from Chicago Beyond and her experience when she was the principal at Fenger High School in Chicago. That says, when Liz Dozier arrived at Fenger High School, it felt like someone had dimmed the lights. At the time, it was known as one of the most violent and underperforming schools in Chicago. During Dozier's first year as principal, 300 arrests happened in the building. The school's dropout rate was 20%, and the graduation rate was just 40%. Each of my students was an infinite microcosm of possibility, she shared, comparing their potential to stars in the night sky. But so many barriers were impacting students' abilities to be free, dimming the lights on their futures. Dozier started her time as principal focused on structure and discipline, prioritizing policies and procedures. After a year, though, she realized the school wasn't seeing the changes it needed. I think that's an important highlight. Dozier started her time as principal focused on structure and discipline, prioritizing policies and procedures. After a year, she realized the school wasn't seeing the changes it needed. Day after day, our students' ecosystems were subjecting them to repeated trauma, Dozier explained. A one-size-fits-all approach and tough-on-behavior tactics weren't helping the students, so she made a shift. After Dozier's 6 years at Fenger High School, the 300 annual arrests became fewer than 10. The dropout rate fell to 2%, and the graduation rate doubled to 80%. As one of the opening keynote speakers at the 2022 Cradle to Career Network convening, Dozier, now founder and CEO of Chicago Beyond, shared what changed to turn the school into a bright spot. Here are a few of the insights she offered to the more than 500 changemakers gathered at the event in Chicago. It says, stop to ask what the data is telling you. In her first year, Dozier tracked a lot of data on her students. Across the Strive Together Cradle to Career Network, data is a key component to building stronger communities. But it's critical to pause and reflect on what the data really means, Dozier shared. And to her, that meant truly seeing each of her students. What was really in that data? How often has each of us really failed to see someone? At Fenger, we were missing some of our kids, widening the inequities and creating more issues, she said. Using data effectively meant not just looking at the numbers, but seeking the story behind the numbers, the lived reality of each of the students at the high school. We changed the question from what's wrong with you to what happened to you, Dozier shared. From there, she and her team could better understand the students and their needs and better create strategies to address them. Truly understanding your data and the root causes of the challenges of your community can lead to shifting the way you look at your work. For Dozier, this shift had a profound impact. We were operating under the assumption that Thank you. We were operating under the assumption that our students needed to be controlled, she said. The reality is that we, as adults, were the barriers to their freedom. As a collective of adults, we are the system that was standing in their way. When they let go of their assumptions, Dozier and her team began to see her students through a more nuanced and complex lens. This expansion allowed them to see the larger underlying issues behind the students' challenges at school, the overall ecosystem in which young people in the community existed. Our children are not problems to be solved. They are individuals who are in need of healing, in need of adults to step up and make different and better decisions in their best interests, Dozier shared. Her work shifted from its focus on policies and strict discipline. The school adopted restorative practices and implemented mental health and wellness resources, including group counseling and individual counseling for students. And these changes led to results.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, a series of motions and amendments to be printed. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh to LB 705. Senator Merman to LB 705. Senator Merman, LB 705. Senator Vargas, LB 705. Senator Blood, LB 705. Finally, Mr. President, Senator Dorn to LB 562. Finally, Mr. President, a priority motion. Senator Von Gillern would move to adjourn the body until Tuesday, May 9th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Senators, you've heard the motion to adjourn. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. We are adjourned.